Now it's a question of making sure I don't put it too close. Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Planning Commission. We're all here relatively on time, which is a minor miracle. We're going to get started. Just want to welcome all of you here today, and just as a quick aside, remind folks that we have two major items tonight. We have our STAT presentation, and we have our study session for Scannell. Now to begin, would the clerk please take roll?
Bauer. Absent. Hopper.
Here, and that's Hooper, by the way.
Sorry. Hooper. Mackerlane.
Here.
Potter.
Here.
Rakusen.
Here.
Wiseman.
Here.
Cater Thompson.
Here.
Excellent, thank you very much. Next, we're going to move into general public comment. During general public comment, the public is invited to make comments on items of public interest that are within the Planning Commission's subject matter jurisdiction and that are not listed on the current agenda. Public comments are limited to up to 3 minutes per person. Depending on the number of persons wishing to address the Planning Commission, time will be allocated in equal shares, totaling no more than 15 minutes. I would like to ask that speakers, if they plan to make a general comment, bring their cards up to the dais, please. Okay. We have one card here from Judy.
Ella Welt is my name. I come to many of these meetings, so I'm sure some of you have seen me before. I wanted to make a comment that I'm hoping the Planning Commission soon responds to the grand jury report, and that the publicity is out there so that people can be part of the audience. So I'm hoping that it could be an agenda item soon, and that the community can be in attendance. Thank you.
Thank you, Judy. Just wanted to ask if there are any other public comments from the. All right, and I just want to check to see if we received any comments prior to the meeting.
None.
Thank you very much. Now we will, if I'm not mistaken, we'll move straight into the first presentation. I wasn't sure if we had minutes or not.
Excuse me, Chair Hooper. Good evening. Hi, and hi to all the other planning commissioners. I'm Eric Danley, the city attorney. It's nice to see you all. I'm covering for my colleague Dylan Brady, who's on some well-deserved vacation tonight. I just want to respond briefly, if I may, to the comments we just heard about the grand jury report.
Absolutely.
The process for responding for agencies who are identified in the report for responding to the grand jury issues that have been requested for comment is statutory, specified in the penal code. There's a 90-day deadline for doing that for cities. It's a shorter 60-day deadline for counties. We will be doing that. But that'll be through the city council. It's they who act on that. It'll be public document. In addition, staff are preparing under Peggy Flynn, city manager's direction, a broader set of information for the public about some of the issues raised in the report, so that we'll be both making a compliant response in accordance with the penal code via the council, as well as preparing public information to address some of the, I think, frankly, misunderstandings that are reflected in the grand jury report, and some of the even more apparently misinformed and inaccurate public information that we're seeing related to the city's planning process, finances, contracting, that sort of thing. So that's just a brief update for the commission, and thanks very much.
And just to get clarification for the comment that was made, since this will go before the council, I take it that means there will be a somewhat public process for the public to be able to make comment, listen in on that discussion, and that there will be some kind of documentation provided related to that that the public will be able to receive.
Absolutely. It'll be agenda item presented to the council, so there'll be all that public comment on that process, and there'll be a writing that comes from that, depending on the council's direction to that item. So it'll be absolutely public, as will, when it's shared, the additional information that staff are preparing about these issues.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And now with that, we will move on to our first item. This is the reimagining of Petaluma presentation from the AIA SDAT team. I want to thank you all for being here and coming to present this wonderful vision of yours. Just to provide a little bit of clarification for the process, we're going to have folks make their presentation. Then, as a body, we will ask individual questions. We will allow for public comment. And then, as commissioners, we will make comments. We do have a habit of confusing questions with comments, so I just wanted to clarify that at the start. Now, with that, if we can move into the presentation, let me just read the summary for folks watching at home. Reimagining Petaluma is a presentation of the AIA SDAT final report. In 2022, the city of Petaluma was awarded an American Institute of Architects, AIA, Sustainable Design Assessment Team, SDAT grant to help explore the related topics of complete 15-minute neighborhoods and living streets. The 6-member SDAT, comprised of urban design professionals, delivered its final report in November last year. This evening's presentation summarizes the team's final report, together with commentary by members of the local group that brought SDAT to Petaluma. Now I'd like to invite Pete Gang and the rest of the team up.
Thank you. My name is Pete Gang. I'm a local architect. I'm one of the 15-member local team that brought the SDAT team to Petaluma. I am accompanied by Veronica Olson, Cinda Gilliland, Dave Alden. I'm a little constrained tonight because we've had some tech issues, but we'll try to work through them. If asked, most of us would say that we are in favor of progress, in favor of a better tomorrow. But what does progress mean if we don't have...
Speak into the mic, please.
But what does progress mean if we don't have a clear sense of where we're headed? The city of Petaluma has made a commitment to rapidly transition toward an equitable, carbon-neutral future within 7 years, a future that we are only now beginning to imagine. Okay. As a city, we need a shared vision of where we're going, a vision of what a prosperous, equitable, resilient, zero-carbon, regenerative city looks like. And to get there, we need some big, bold ideas. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of an ad hoc group of 15 Petaluma residents who came together more than 3 years ago out of our shared interest in helping our city align its sights toward that prosperous, carbon-neutral future. In December of 2019, we applied to the American Institute of Architects for a Sustainable Design Assessment Team, or SDAT grant, to bring to Petaluma a multidisciplinary team of urban design experts to assist us with some big, bold ideas. In January of 2020, at the beginning of the pandemic, just before the pandemic, the AIA selected Petaluma, one of only 8 communities nationwide, to receive a grant worth $180,000 in design services. That project was on hold for 2 years due to COVID, but it was revived in 2022. In early August of last year, 2022, the AIA team spent 4 days in Petaluma to focus on the topic that we had selected and given to them, the topic being complete 15-minute neighborhoods and living streets. The AIA team reviewed relevant documents, visited sites around town, conducted meetings with over 350 community members, drew maps and sketches, and made recommendations that were then presented to City Council on August 8th of last year. Their final report, titled Reimagining Petaluma, was delivered 3 months later in November of 2022. This presentation, this evening's presentation, is a short summary of their final report, together with commentary by members of our local group that brought the team to our city. The purpose of this presentation, and others that the group will be making over the next few weeks, is to ensure that the bold ideas of the AIA's experts are fully integrated into our city's guiding documents, our general plan, climate action adaptation plan, active transportation plan, implementing zoning ordinance, and others. The time has come to turn words into action. The SDAT team of design professionals collaborated to develop a suite of integrated solutions, ones that would solve multiple problems simultaneously. Their recommendations address issues of land use, transportation, ecosystem health, climate equity, financial stability, and more. So we'll start with their recommendation for 15-minute neighborhoods. What is a 15-minute neighborhood? The AIA final report offers this. The 15-minute city is a concept that describes a residential community with a decentralized mixed-use development node that provides most of the residents' daily needs within a 15-minute walk from all the residents' homes. Within a short walk or bike ride, people of all ages and abilities living in a 15-minute neighborhood have safe and convenient access to a variety of grocery and other retail stores, coffee shops, restaurants, schools, daycare facilities, parks, playing fields, and other public amenities. This, after all, is how people lived for all of human history up until a little over 100 years ago, when the automobile arrived on the scene and came to dominate the public realm. Until that time, all previous generations had lived in villages and towns and cities that allowed older people to move about safely on their own, that allowed children to play in the street, and that fostered chance conversations between neighbors. The street was a public gathering place, a public living room. As the urbanist and writer Jane Jacobs said, lowly, unpurposeful, and random as they appear, sidewalk contacts are the small change from which a city's wealth of public life must grow. Those words that she wrote in 1961 are as true today as they were then. The AIA team started their analysis of 15-minute neighborhoods using what they called a 15-minute walk circle. The radius of the 15-minute walk circle represents the distance that an average person can walk in around 15 minutes, or the radius is about 3/4 of a mile. Here, they started with a 15-minute walk circle centered over our downtown. Then, after looking at a range of social and environmental data, the AIA team overlaid 15-minute walk circles over a map of the whole city. This map shows 9 overlapping walk circles, each centered on a mixed-use development node. So the AIA team said in their final report, quote, "The maps and drawings present within this section were created during our 4-day visit and are intended to be conceptual and illustrative rather than prescriptive. The intention was not to create detailed schematics, but rather to spark inspiration and a new way of thinking about these areas. Our local team has been sparked by the inspiration of their report and has developed a few more specific recommendations that are informed by our own understanding of our Petaluma. We enthusiastically support the development of 15-minute walkable mixed-use neighborhoods and believe that the location of the mixed-use neighborhood nodes merits more careful study and community input. And I guess I'll say here that as planners and designers, we are used to planning. And that is a one valid, useful approach toward development of our city. But we also, as urbanists, we acknowledge, we recognize that cities throughout all of history have evolved more organically. And in order to allow or encourage more of the organic growth, we look at our present zoning codes and we see that by being overly restrictive and prescriptive, they serve the unintended effect of inhibiting or retarding evolution. So we would recommend that in order to encourage the spontaneous development of mixed-use neighborhoods, we recommend selective revisions to our zoning code, ones that would permit limited commercial uses on parcels currently zoned exclusively residential, with, of course, uses and hours as appropriate. This would reintroduce the much-needed element of liveliness, neighborliness, and community into our residential neighborhoods. The next section that was highlighted is the transportation section. The SDAT team titled this section Reimagining Mobility. At the August 5th community meeting, the team heard participants identify 5 key challenges that our roadway system presents here in Petaluma. 1, fragmented bikeway network. 2, limited crosstown connectivity. 3, motorists speeding through neighborhoods. 4, narrow sidewalks. And 5, infrequent transit service. And none of these observations are really revelatory. These are all things that we know, but it is interesting and validating to hear these concerns mirrored back to us by an out-of-town consultant. The first set of recommended actions in the final report is grouped under the heading Remove Barriers. And first among them is Fix Washington Street. The report reads, the city and its partners must fix Washington Street to meet its goals related to climate resiliency, carbon neutrality, vehicle miles traveled, connectivity, and safety. The report illustrates a big, bold fix as a green ribbon of connected corridors, a complete and integrated network that starts by transforming Washington Street and then our other 4-lane arterials, Eli Boulevard, McDowell Boulevard, and others, into what they call green corridors. In this illustration, a typical 100-foot wide roadway right-of-way is transformed into 33 feet for vehicles with planting areas and wide multi-use pathways on both sides. We can try to imagine Washington Street, say between Petaluma Boulevard and McDowell Boulevard, transformed into a green corridor like this. The report calls for transforming gray corridors into healthy, walkable, bikeable, resource-rich, diverse corridors. The transformed arterials, the 4-lane arterials, would then be connected to our existing network of creekside multi-use trails to create a complete and integrated mobility network linking all of our schools, parks, playgrounds, playing fields, and commercial districts. Such a system is designed with consideration of the needs not just of bicycle riders and pedestrians, but also of drivers of all types of vehicles and users of all types of mobility devices, both self-powered and powered by electricity. Among the other recommendations in the final report, 3 others stand out. The first is the AI team identified our street design standards as being out of step with our intentions and with current best practices. Our standards were last updated in 1996. The report says, quote, "Best practices for street design in the United States have evolved in profound ways since then, especially in the arenas of prioritizing safety for active transportation and incorporating landscaping and green infrastructure." Second, the report recommends improving transit reliability and frequency in order to encourage all residents and visitors to use transit rather than drive. And third, the report recommends that we create a neighborhood traffic calming program. From the report, in addition to more traditional traffic calming treatments such as curb extensions and speed humps, the city should explore or continue to explore mini traffic circles, raised crosswalks, and one-lane pinch points. And Public Works is now in the process of implementing a neighborhood traffic calming program. It has another name that I don't know what that name is. But I think we would recommend that Public Works bring to its street design process a broader range of traffic calming measures than the ones that it usually employs. In the words of civil engineer and founder of Strong Towns, Chuck Marone, if you need signs to tell people to slow down, you've designed your streets wrong. So we need to be designing our streets in such a way that it gives the signal to motorists to drive more slowly. I know these are just radical thoughts. In summary, based on their wide-ranging experience and the input gathered from over 350 community members, the STAT team left us with these broad recommendations. We must reimagine our street network, not as the exclusive realm of the automobile, but as a place for people. Design our streets so that people in and on all types of mobility devices can get around town safely and conveniently. 2, we must work toward the creation of walkable 15-minute neighborhoods throughout our city. We do this both by planning and by allowing for organic growth and change. And 3, finally, we must ensure that these big, bold ideas are fully integrated into our guiding documents, our general plan, climate action plan, zoning ordinance, street design standards, and others. Our future, for all that it might or might not be, is inevitably a shared future. All of us, with our divergent viewpoints and preferences, we're all in this together, and we need to work together as a community to realize our shared vision. So I want to give a thanks to all of our partners, including the City of Petaluma, who helped fund this effort, and to the members of our team, 4 of whom are here today, for the long hours that we all put in, and to this ongoing effort to make sure that these ideas that arose from the community don't see their last daylight in the form of the final report. And that is the end of the presentation. Thank you for bearing with us. And I guess it's question time, not comment time.
Yes. Thank you very much, Pete. And I'd like to start with Vice Mayor Thompson.
Thank you. I've been following the STAT, and I appreciate that you're here tonight, actually doing this in front of the public, public outside of the people that continue to go to the meetings. I think that, tonight we're going to be looking at a project, and, we should look at the project as a 15-minute neighborhood and look at how, connectivity. And as I'm listening to this presentation, I think of D Street and how to, between the D Street Bridge and Lakeville, how to make improvements on that. And I have been harping for the last few years about the electrical lines and why they need to be undergrounded all the way to Lakeville. We can't just do one project at a time and do segments. The city needs to look at this as a whole and look at transportation first before looking at before development projects. We're an old city, and we don't have the infrastructure, to really for car mobility. But I think what I'm seeing in our community is more and more people walking and riding bikes, especially, since COVID. I mean, the change on the east side is dramatic. But I also see safety issues, and this really needs to be integrated within the new general plan. And the zoning has got to be complementary, and our zoning is out of whack from the general plan, and it needs to be integrated. I'm looking forward to moving forward with a general plan and having this implemented in it with every section and working on the zoning changes. And, when somebody's talking about from 1996 or something, or whatever the year was, that's a long time ago, and a lot has changed in this community. And I will just say my one pet peeve is these big trucks, pickup trucks. They're like 3 different sizes, and it's really dangerous. And people, you cannot see people when you're walking across the street and you're in a vehicle. A woman almost hit a friend of mine recently, and she was just horrified. But she's driving a big truck and she couldn't see, and then the wide tires, which are actually illegal. And so when we're riding bikes and we're walking, we have to look at the safety of our community and actually maybe implement the law. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Wisman, and I would ask that these stay to questions if possible.
Excellent. Thanks for the presentation. Well thought out and presented. Just a couple questions. With regard to the zoning change to allow better mixture of commercial and residential, are there some best practices around what those metrics we should be striving for in terms of, square footage of resident or square footage of commercial per, population, number of population, or square footage of, or acreage of residential areas? Are there any good things we can point to as guides around that mixed use?
I can answer that question. I don't know, but I can defer to Jay Bolden.
I'm not sure it's quite where I wanted to jump in. I think the answer is yes. Sorry about that. There are certainly some historical zoning codes out there of how much retail you can support in a neighborhood. But the one thing I've cautioned, I forget what group it was I talked to recently on this, is that the world's going to change. The climate change is going to drive us places that we probably can't conceive. I'd be hesitant to get too firm in what our zoning code is for fear of strangling the thing we most need. There is a movement afoot now that argues that zoning codes have been racially biased and more about wealth preservation than truly the good of the communities ever since they were approved, which was 100 years ago this year. And I just came from a pair of land use conferences where when somebody talked about the Supreme Court reversing the original decision that allowed zoning, it got a loud cheer. So I think there are things we can talk about based on current practices, but I think we also should be alert to the fact that the world may change in terms of what zoning is and where it takes us. So, thank you.
So so less prescriptive, rather than aiming at a certain metric, just be less prescriptive.
Less
about
prescriptive, yes,
what that
absolutely.
is. Yeah.
Thank you.
Good, thanks for clarification. On the mobility front, any comment on one-way streets as a practice, as opposed to, the current two-way streets? For instance, Fifth Street being one way going one direction, Sixth being one way going the other direction, with the incorporation of bike lanes and more mobility in one of those lanes that used to be two ways into one way. Is there any use of that type of?
I
street
can't really
architecture?
answer that. Transportation planning is not my realm. I have my opinions, but they're just my opinions.
Can I jump in?
Please.
Can I just stay here? Whatever, I apologize. The leading national expert on walkability, Jeff Speck, describes one-way streets as car sewers. They are designed to move traffic out of downtown to a suburb, which is the last thing we want to do. Now, I would disagree with him a little bit. If you can configure a one-way street to meet some other needs, if you want to have parklets coming out, and because of that, you have only enough room for one way of traffic, I think even Speck would agree that he was wrong in his initial pronouncement. But I think we need to be very cautious. Two-way streets generally create more downtown commerce. People see more stores they might want to stop at. So my initial thought would be two-way streets unless there's truly a strong reason to go away from that.
Last comment is can you speak to pros and cons of shutting down some streets to through traffic altogether? Does that create more congestion, or are there ways to reduce that potential congestion?
Okay, I will. And that's a really fun question. It's something I talk about a lot. There was a spurt of street pedestrianization in this country in the 70s. I think there were 33 some streets that went that direction. All but 2 converted back to traffic. The only 2 that remained fully pedestrianized were in college towns, which makes a lot of sense. That's where you have a population that is young, capable of getting around, and can't afford cars. But the world is changing. Even in the time I've been engaged in pushing for walkable urbanism, I see more and more opportunities to create pedestrianized streets. I think we need to be cautious in how we go into it. But I think every time we put up barricades on the block of Kentucky between Western and Washington and see that business thrives on that street for that week, that's one more step toward, yes, eventually that street probably will be and should be pedestrianized. Not quite today, but we're getting there.
I'd just like to add another thing relating to closing down streets. When Copenhagen took the decision to close down the streets and make it bikeable for all, like the busiest road, they had an uptick of 400% in exchanges between community members and an uptick of business in somewhere in the range of 40 to 50% immediately. So if that gives you an idea of how positive it can be, both for business and our community, yeah.
Great.
Commissioner Atkinson?
Well, thanks for the presentation, Pete. I've had the privilege of seeing this already on tree committee and then followed it to the general plan. So I've got a chance to really marinate on it, and I've already asked some questions, but I will say, have you gotten response yet from specific city departments? And I'm thinking maybe community development or public works. Has that interface begun at all with some of these concepts?
No, sir.
Okay, I'm going to refrain from making any comments, but just wanted to know that.
If I could just add to that, we are actually starting to see reports come out of community development that refer to 15th Street, 15-minute neighborhoods. I don't think they do it as well as I wish they would, and I'll probably be talking to them about it, but it's become part of the vernacular. Most recently, 45 minutes ago, in the rollout to the Blue Zones program, Peggy Flynn talked about how 15-minute neighborhoods align with the Blue Zones concept. So yes, it is starting to become part of the conversation.
Got it. So these ideas are infusing, even if there's not direct tete-a-tete with city departments. Perfect. And then has SDAT given any recommendations for where this process starts? Now, obviously, this is a high-level visioning document, extremely useful prompt. I know during that August meeting last year, we were lacking that economic feasibility expert, but I don't think you necessarily need all that to start this idea forward. And I actually heard at the General Plan Committee, I believe the person who put the idea out there is in the audience, talked about how, like in ancient Rome, when they had these city plans, they kind of started with a pillar and just said, we are going to do this. We don't, but obviously it's not going to be a giant stone pillar. But has SDAT given any ideas of where this might start most logically?
Again, I would say they didn't get down to that level of specificity, but they did put fix Washington Street front and center. Because I think in their thinking, it is the key arterial. It's highly visible, and anything that we do on Washington Street would be like that pillar. It would have effects throughout the city.
And then I'd also like to add that the actual SDAT process does provide the community with a vision through the process, and then it is on the community. That's why we're doing the committees and commissions for the discussion to start. And the fact that we're doing our general plan is wonderful because we can actually talk about specific policies. And then also, I see it as two lanes. There's the policy lane, and then there's the quick build or tactical urbanism that could already start at the community level. So it's going to be kind of, a multi-pronged approach. And I think just getting the conversation going amongst city staff, community, electeds, so that we can start our programs.
So this is the start. It's already starting. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner McErlin?
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation. I support your vision and your goals and your general idea. I'm a little concerned with the reality of the 15-minute retail service. It's just driven by success and failure of stores, or and whether they can attract enough business. It's a science that is changing fast, and who knows where it's going. It relates to internet and transportation and all kinds of things. So it's hard to say wherever you put that radius of the circle, it's going to work. If it doesn't work, it's a failure for whoever invests money to do that. So I think the economics and reality of that really need to be on a site by site basis, and not as a great solution to the whole city, but maybe, because I live 5 minutes from a retail store in Western and Fair. I never go there unless I run out of milk, but otherwise, there's nothing there I want that's full of liquor and full of candy and full of all kinds of stuff that don't serve the neighborhood, but it's there. The 15-minute walk and the reality of service retail, I think, is up for grabs. I agree with walking. I agree with shaded pedestrian ways, but it works in certain cities and certain neighborhoods and doesn't work everywhere. So it's hard just to apply to Petaluma without being more specific. Washington Street, reducing Washington Street in terms of the amount of traffic flow that street carries, it just sounds crazy. I mean, I don't understand how you would handle the capacity needed now by reducing the lanes in that street. It doesn't seem to make sense from a traffic engineering standpoint, from a service to the community standpoint. So I question whether that's your best street to go after. Maybe Petaluma Boulevard might be a better target, but I like the idea of the street trees and green corridors. Just keep in mind, we're all fighting city policies and city priorities to get more street trees in our streets, in our parkways. So you've got I think it's a great target, but you're going to be following a whole bunch of us who are trying to change that priority in the city. So I encourage you to continue your efforts.
Commissioner McErlin? Commissioner, I just wanted to ask, did you have a question? I'm only
I'm
asking
sorry,
because
no.
we're in the question phase
No,
of this
no, I
discussion.
have
I
no
didn't want to be rude. We'll get to that right after public comment. Commissioner Potter.
Hey, I just wanted to thank the Sustainable Design Assessment Team for securing this funding and for your diligence and perseverance to complete this project. And we really appreciate hearing the presentation. It's inspirational. It's not just our street design standards that are out of date. The whole general plan is out of date. And on the one hand, this may seem like very futuristic, but on the other hand, as people have mentioned, this commission has been slowly including some of these concepts of sustainability and 15-minute communities as we evaluate various projects that come forward. So I did want to acknowledge that. I'm not personally ready to throw out the zoning ordinance altogether, and I think it's important that we have a use permit process for when different uses come into neighborhoods that maybe aren't specifically targeted for that, and some of those procedures might be helpful moving forward. But to get to my question, I'm wondering if the report had any recommendations about how sort of to break down the silos and to integrate better public works and planning and some of the other climate action community-based initiatives that Petaluma has been working so hard at.
I would say in their final report, they didn't address that need for better communication and integration, but I think it's implicit in their recommendations. As designers, urban planners, they are trying to look at things holistically. And so, of course, in order for our city, for any entity to function, we have to work in little boxes. And then once we have the little boxes established, we have to then reconnect them. And that's a challenge, but inevitably that's what we have to do.
And my questions, I just have a few. Generally speaking, and I'd like to clarify, for the group, less what was in the report, what are your next steps? Like, I understand the report doesn't really go into that, but I'm saying for you as a group, what are your next steps for integrating this into our policy as a city? Welcome back, Dave.
Oh, yeah. Hey. Well, I think Veronica touched on this a moment ago. We're probably looking at a two-prong approach. On the policy side, which I think is ultimately the way it has to work, I'd want to say get the general plan to acknowledge 15-minute neighborhoods, but actually, if you read the general plan, the goal's already in there. It's been in there since '08. We just never have done anything with it. So we need to make sure it stays and maybe gets elaborated a bit. But then the next step is going to be, and I know the planning staff here in the room know this better than any of us, last time around we didn't update the zoning code fully in response to the general plan. That has to happen. The things that are in the general plan, not just 15-minute neighborhood, but a lot of other good ideas need to become part of the IZO and the SMART code going forward. And then third is, even once you've got that, it's looking for the opportunities. I think somebody, maybe Commissioner Wissman earlier mentioned that we don't necessarily know where a neighborhood's going to take root. I think Commissioner McErlin also made the same comment. It's 5 years from now when the IZO and SMART code are updated, it's a team saying, hey, there's an opportunity there. There's a vacant building that maybe we could put a small coffee shop into. I don't know where that's going to be, but I hope there's some smart people coming along behind us that look for those opportunities. But at the same time, we're going that very deliberate, slow process that will frustrate many. If there are folks who want to reach out and say, hey, I want a food truck to come to the park in my neighborhood next Saturday. And I'm going to let all my neighbors know to walk down there and then say, hey, this is what a 15-minute neighborhood would be like. Cool, I'll go over and join them. I don't think that's the right path to the future, but if they have that energy and want to do that, I support them. Thank you.
Perfect. You answered probably 3 of my questions already. Great.
I'd also just like to add to Dave's comment about just, and Pete touched on it as well, is really starting to think of how we can have discussions about areas that have potential opportunities of creating placemaking, of creating green environments, parks, et cetera, for different communities. So, and if those communities kind of emerge and come up and start creating prompts, then those would be the first that we will work on, because the energy's there. So I think it's both a planning exercise and a community exercise. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And I will also adhere to my own rule. Now we will move on to public comment. The public is invited to comment on this item. Public comments are limited to three minutes per person. If you haven't done so already, please fill out a speaker card and bring it to the clerk. Have we received any comments prior to this meeting on this item?
We received one right now.
Thank you very much. Now we'll move to in-person speakers, and we'll start with Jessica Moses.
Thanks very much for this presentation. I think there is a lot of inspiration to glean. I will say on the 15-minute neighborhood piece, I like the concept. It still feels very conceptual. I live over on the east side, and looking at the map, the node star is at Casa Grande High School, which doesn't seem like an appropriate place to put public amenities, though I realize it's not prescriptive. So I would just encourage, as we're talking about 15-minute neighborhoods, which I know has become buzzy across a variety of city projects, that it be a little bit more rooted in reality, because we've got a funny-shaped city. And, having a coffee shop walkable would be great, but I would agree, as one of the commissioners said, I don't necessarily need a liquor store walkable. So I think considering sort of how that could impact a neighborhood is important. On the living streets piece of it, I would absolutely underscore the fragmented bikeway network. As a relatively new cyclist in town, it's scary to be going on what looks like Google Maps tells me it's a bike lane, and then it just evaporates before my eyes, and now I'm in a turning lane on Eli. So to the extent that this commission is considering filling out that bikeway network, and as you guys are considering how to potentially get some quick start projects, I think that's huge in actually making it a reality to have more cyclists navigating safely. Otherwise, I think the green corridors, nice idea, and reclaiming Washington, nice idea. And it'd be worth noting that the PBAC meeting had a presentation on April 5th from the Petaluma Equitable Climate Action Coalition, which also suggested reclaiming Washington. So, some interesting concepts, but looking forward to seeing more concrete applications.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comments on this item? Okay. With that, we will close public comment and we will move back into commissioner comment. And this will be the time for folks to say how they feel about the presentation. I will be quite cross if any of you ask questions during this moment. And with that, I'll start this time on the other end with Commissioner Potter.
Well, I just want to thank everybody again for the great presentation. And I find the whole presentation to be aspirational and inspirational. And also, I'm a hopeful person, so I think attainable. And I think we're at that moment right now in Petaluma as we're updating our general plan and have a commitment to make the new general plan consistent with our zoning, to be able to have the flexibility and the insights to be able to really make our community more sustainable into the future. So that gives me a lot of optimism and hope, and I thank you all for your commitment to it.
Thank you. Commissioner McGurlin.
Yeah, I apologize, sir, for giving my comments before my questions. So I won't repeat my comments, other than I find the idea, your whole approach very refreshing, but also very naive. And I think somewhere in between, we have to work on bringing those two together. And I encourage you to continue your efforts. I'm not so supportive of the 15-minute idea, but if it works, it works. But improving the street quality, I think, is a great goal for the city. After so many years of city avoiding street trees or public works not involved in planting trees, it's time, I think, we get more to happen in that area. So I thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Atkinson.
Yeah, I do want to thank you guys for what ultimately is a visioning process and a really kind of beautiful concept. I too resonate most deeply with this idea of arterials in our city, these arterial streets being covered in trees. I think that's a beautiful idea. On the tree committee, we're having some of those discussions directly with Public Works, and I invite anyone who's interested on the SDAT team. We can't leave everything to you guys, but to collaborate in those discussions, because some of these concepts we need them in policy documents like the general plan, but when it comes to implementation, it almost goes to an individual level with decision makers and designers to infuse them with these concepts. And then suddenly the public works staff are doing this without necessarily a policy document they're referencing. I mean, there's internal administrative guidance, street standards, obviously some things we can update, but I think it's really useful to have those conversations. And as I've found, I think it was Christopher Bolt said, look, no one's opposed to these ideas. No one's opposed to more trees. It's just a matter of making sure those are prioritized as we go through design processes and as we set funding for projects. So it's another area with a lot of quick builds coming up for streets to try to get in their ears early about, here are concepts we want to see implemented. How do we make sure this is in a budget, and pushing those conversations forward? Again, it doesn't all fall to you guys, but definitely would invite you to collaborate in those discussions. And then just a comment on the 15-minute neighborhood idea. I think part of this gets wrapped up in the retail element. And as I thought about this more and more, I almost think this becomes more of a transit-based design, and you let the retail element come together organically. That's how I think might be the most feasible. Again, we're not putting pillars in the middle of these areas, but if these were well-serviced transit hubs in the center of these areas, suddenly that gives you a connected network. And then the retail, which as it always is, Chuck Marone, you think of him all over the place with this, but retail is this organic thing that grows out of that activity, out of that movement. So that's something that I think, again, when we have this discussion, is when you're explaining the node ideas and these interconnected things, not to totally divorce it from retail, but kind of evolve that conversation to how these are connected areas, and some of this grows out of that. But yeah, overall, great idea. I reference it all the time, so thank you guys for your hard work.
Commissioner Wisman.
Great, and thanks again for your presentation. As I'm listening to this, I'm thinking about the kind of existential conflict that we're talking about here is between planning and also this less prescriptive type of framework that allows for adaptability and change, because sometimes the best practices of today become the worst practices of yesterday. So I think I think this is the right forum to be thinking about both how do we ingrain the best practices of today in the general plan that we're forming right now, but then still leave some level of adaptability for the big macro changes that we're seeing happen, whether it's through transportation or through the internet and e-commerce and affecting retail and things like that. So I don't have, the wave of the wand solution to any of those things, but I think those are the things that we have to keep in mind as we're addressing, both the planning aspect. I also think there's another tension between, a grand plan and incrementalism. A grand plan is good for purposes of, informing the public, this is the direction that we're going in, and getting the input from the public as the direction that we'd like to see our city going in. But then also taking advantage, obviously that takes a big planning process and takes, quite a long implementation process. And we shouldn't lose the opportunity to gain small wins here and there. However, when you do go through that process, then you do run into these kind of Frankenstein circumstances of the bike network that was a great idea for these 5 blocks, and then runs into runs off a cliff somewhere. So I think those are the two things that I see that we're just going to have to constantly reevaluate as a city council, as a planning commission, to try to strike the right balance between those two. So thanks again for your presentation and for giving us your perspective.
Vice Mayor Cater Thompson.
Thank you, and I appreciate all the commissioners' comments, and I thank you for your presentation tonight. And for me, it's, change is hard, and you just keep moving forward. And sometimes it takes years before a change happens. But for me specifically, it's really safety, bicycle safety, pedestrian safety, crosswalk safety. And I think that's just really important, and it's something we definitely lack in this community. Mm-hmm. So with that, I will leave it at that.
I think I said this at the PBAC meeting where you gave this presentation. This now might be my 4th time hearing this presentation. And it gets better each time. And part of it's because I end up fixating on a different part of it. And one thing I'd like to say is that, there is a lot about this that is high concept, high ideals. But when we're going through a general plan process, we're going through a active transit plan process, and as Dave noted, we're going to have an IZO coming up very soon. It's really important to have high concept, high vision. And for a city, Petaluma is not just an old city, it's a disorganized city. We have abused our rules to no end in ages past. We've made exemptions for things that make no earthly sense. It comes up in planning quite frequently, and we just have to kind of move past it. And so the idea of trying to kind of not reverse engineer, but reverse plan or plan up from this point in our history is a great one. Petaluma was based in a mixed-use town. We love our downtown. That's a mixed-use component of the city. The parts of Petaluma we love the most are density, but we're afraid of density most of the time because we think about it in terms of, say, San Francisco or New York, but we don't think about what density means here for us, which is cottages, ADUs, duplexes, being able to talk to your neighbor. What I love about this plan and love about the presentation, especially with the 15-minute circle, is it really, to me at least, hits on the idea of being able to reinstitute community centers that go beyond our downtown. I love downtown Petaluma. The east side gets left out more often than not. Whole chunks of the west side also get left out more often than not. We focus all of our economic activity, all of our kind of community activity more often than not in the downtown, and that's fine. But where we're at now, seeing the combination of a 15-minute circle, the idea of expanding public transportation, that is a personal love of mine. So the fact that you're talking about increasing public transportation and the equity access, the fact that you're combining that with greenways and reconnecting a disconnected bikeway, that's a kind of density people want, where you're able to have your food trucks by the park, you're able to have your community fairs, where your kids are able to go see their grandparents who live a little ways away, and you don't have to worry because all these arterial networks are connected. But as many have pointed out, our code does not reflect this. Our general plan kind of reflects this, and there's a long way to go from here to there, which is why I wanted for the folks here, I know you've already had the call to action to bring all of this and make all of this happen. The thing I wanted to ask is, the next step of this is we have a serious issue in the community when it comes to how we talk about housing, how we talk about density, how we talk about retail. Councilmember Barnacle brought this up at PBAC. These words have connotations to them that folks here think a certain way about that aren't necessarily true. And there's a very Petaluma solution to this that people can get behind. So one thing I would ask is, aside from showing up to these meetings, which I'm glad you're here, I'm glad you're presenting, I'm glad you're thinking about the IZO. Dave, that was going to be my question if you had a plan for the IZO, so thank you for bringing that up. The other aspect of this is we need messaging around what density looks like in Petaluma. What do greenways look like in Petaluma? I love the East Washington concept. I also can imagine the endless groups of people who would rush into this space angry if you told them you were going to reduce lanes on East Washington. But the great part is, while that's not in the near future, there's a lot of opportunities to communicate what those ideas look like and what the alternatives are. So my ask and the end of my comment is just, please don't just end it here at the committees, commissions, the plans. We also need people being ambassadors to this out in the community to be open to that idea. That's all. Go ahead.
Oh, I just wanted to invite this commission to also maybe create some sort of platform where this conversation could be more formal with planning staff, with an urban design kind of trajectory, like where are we going on an urban design level as a city? We have this vision, but practically, what does that look like? Mm-hmm. So, because we are all volunteers, mm-hmm. and we have been working on this for many years, and we can't do it ourselves. Everyone has to work on this together. So, thank you.
Absolutely. And with that, if there are no other comments, we are going to close item 1. And now I'm going to note that there are no minutes to approve, so we're moving past that point. I knew there was a reason I brought up minutes earlier. And we are now going to move into meeting item 2, public hearing for a general plan conformity. Oh, I am sorry, that was removed. We did have a second. We had 3 items originally. The second item was removed at the request of the applicant. So skipping past that, we'll now move to our next meeting item, the Scannell Mixed Use Development Study Session Project. This is recommended to the City of Petaluma Planning Commission to conduct a study session to receive project information about conceptual development alternatives and provide non-binding comments for the vacant 39.22 acre project site located at 500 Hopper Street. And I can read the file number, but I suspect nobody here is looking for that. I see noted here that Commissioner Wisman will be recusing himself.
Okay.
Oh, no, is this confirmed? I see it in the note, but I know from having to do it myself that, okay, just making sure that's confirmed. Thank you very
Commissioner Wisman, if you would, before you depart, if you could just state your reason for your recusal.
I live within very close proximity to the development of 500 Hopper, so that's why I'll be recusing.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much. I do want to make a note that there will be a note from me before we move into questions and discussion about how this is going to be structured. So everybody please hold once we get to that phase. But for now, let's move into the presentation. Thank you. While this is being worked out, I do realize I forgot to note that this is a study session, so it means we won't be providing any binding feedback. We won't be taking any major votes. It's mostly to ask questions and provide input. And I will continue to vamp as we're working through this minor technical issue. I do want to thank everybody here for your patience on this as we spend a lovely Tuesday night together talking about Petaluma planning and development, seeing what the future of our city looks like.
All right, thank you, Chair, members of the Planning Commission, members of the public. My name is Emmanuel Ursu. I am the project planner for the proposal by Scannell Properties to develop the approximately 39-acre site at 500 Hopper Street. So as part of my presentation, I'll briefly give an overview of the project's location, the land use policies that apply, the land use applications that they have filed, and some of the background in the review process through which we've been through up to this point, and share just very briefly the conceptual diagrams that they've come up with. The applicant team is here this evening with their designers. They'll get into the details of their proposal. And then we'll have an opportunity for questions and discussion regarding the proposal. So the project site is a 15-minute walk from downtown and the SMART station. It is next to the Riverfront project, the Riverfront development, which is just to the east, shown here. The site is sort of irregular in shape. It's along the Petaluma River and the McNear Channel. The Smart Railroad and Hopper Street are on the north side of the property. Highway 101 is over to the east. This is what one of the conceptual plans looks like next to the Riverfront project. Just for context, Riverfront consists of a mix of uses, including a hotel up in this location, a planned office building in this location, ground floor commercial space with apartments above around the central green, a community park, townhouses, and single-family houses. The conceptual plans for the Scannell project are a mix of residential uses at varying densities. They have not provided any of the density numbers at this point. The point of these concepts is to really just look at a conceptual site diagram and site layout. Again, this is just one of the 4 concepts that I have shown next to the Riverfront project. The site is currently designated on the general plan as river-dependent industrial use. So that's this gray area, along with the adjoining the Shamrock Vulcan cement plant to the west. There's also a park. This is identified in the general plan as a 7-acre park that straddles the Riverfront and the Scannell sites, so 3.5 acres on each site. As you can see, the areas here in purple, those are all designated mixed use on the general plan. This area is part of the Central Petaluma Specific Plan area, and the zoning is part of the SMART code. It is designated D3, which is the River-Dependent Industrial District. And then also along the river, it is has the civic space designation, which is this kind of olive color on the plan. The Petaluma River Access and Enhancement Plan also applies to the site. As you can see from this excerpt of the plan, there's a trail proposal along the shore of the project site. including a connection going up to Hopper Street, which exists along the boundary with the Riverfront project. These nodes are possible locations for water access. And then there's also shown a bridge connection over to the McNear Peninsula, over the McNear Channel. So all four of the conceptual proposals that we're looking at this evening will require a general plan amendment to change it from river dependent to mixed use, would require amendment of the Petaluma specific plan and zoning map to go from the D3 to either to T4, T5, and CS, the civic space. The T4 and T5, those are part of the transect zones of the SMART code. So those are the policy changes that are necessary. There are land use entitlement applications that would also be necessary, a tentative map, alternative compliance with the affordable housing requirements to allow affordable housing to be in one location on the site rather than dispersed throughout the project, and also to allow affordable housing only to be provided in a rental, as rental housing versus rental and for sale. The project would ultimately require also site plan and architectural review and may require warrants, which are a form of relief provided through the SMART code from the requirements of the SMART code. So in February of last year, the applicant presented at a study session, their first study session, and I incorrectly noted in the staff report that we had a study session in November of 2021. We were aiming for that date, but ended up meeting in February. In any case, at that time, the project contained almost 200,000 square feet of office space. The applicant had a buyer that was end user for that space. That was in this approximately 10-acre area on the westerlymost side of the project site, adjacent to Hopper Street. It included a parking structure with, I think it was about 331 parking stalls, and then 4 office buildings, 2 along the river, 2 up along Hopper Street, and then some parking area in the middle here as well. And then the remainder of the site was slated for single-family residential units consisting of detached single-family and duets, with the exception of this one block here, Block 5, adjacent to the ball fields at Riverfront. That area was designated for affordable housing with 72 units affordable to extremely low and low income households. The Planning Commission had several comments regarding that concept, and I've kind of summarized sort of I guess there'd be the top 5 concerns. Number one was the lack of density. The Commission felt strongly that given the project's location near the downtown, within walking distance of SMART station, that it really needed to be a much more dense development, in that single-family detached housing was really not the appropriate housing type for this location. The project also lacked a community park. The general plan requires at least 3.5 acres of parkland. That was not contained in that February 22 proposal. There was no interaction or connection to the river or the McNear Channel. They felt that the office space was too much, and there was not enough retail space. There was a small retail component, I believe it was about 3,800 or 3,200 square feet. That was included on the Hopper Street side of the parking structure, and they felt that the development had too much parking. Oops, sorry. In response, the applicant revised their plan and presented a revised concept at the Planning Commission at a study session in January of this year. In this plan, they eliminated the office campus that was over in the westerly side of the project and replace that with market rate apartments. I believe there are 275 or so market rate apartments, or 250 if I recall correctly. They did add some parkland, however, that added up to 3.5 acres. However, almost 2 of those acres overlap with the buffer required by the River Access and Enhancement Plan. They included the similar design for the residential, the remaining residential component of the project, where they had a mix of duets in detached single-family homes, and then in Block 5, the affordable housing. So that was their January 2023 proposal. Some of the comments the commission provided at that time, concerned with the fact that they did not have 3.5 acres of parkland, at least not parkland that didn't overlap with the greenway required by the River Access and Enhancement Plan. They suggested that the affordable housing be located closer to the SMART station. There were some concerns from 1 or 2 commissioners about its location next to the former sewage treatment facility. They had the same concern with the low density of the single-family home component of the project. What I didn't mention is that they did add a small craft floating dock as part of the project. That was a valuable amenity in the eyes of the commission. They were concerned with the lack of pedestrian bicycle connections to SMART station and to the downtown. There was discussion regarding the relationship of the project to the river. Some commissioners felt that it really should be for passive uses, perhaps other than the bike trail, maybe if 1 or 2 outlook areas, but not really activated by or oriented towards for human interaction. Other commissioners felt that perhaps the project should be more oriented towards the river. While there's a little bit of commercial area included in the project, they felt that 4,200 square feet was inadequate. And the commission suggested as a next step that rather than getting into some very detailed or as detailed conceptual designs, that the applicant produce 3 or 4 kind of more high-level site alternative diagrams, and hold a community design charrette to gather public input before coming back to the Planning Commission. So to that end, the applicant held a design charrette in March of this year, at which time they presented 3 plans. They are as follows. So the first plan is the Promenade Plan. This was called the Zipper Plan when they presented it at the community workshop. And I will let the applicant get into the details of these plans. Just a few things I would note is in all 4 concepts, the location and size of the affordable housing site, location and size of the market rate apartment site, and the location of the river buffer remains unchanged. As well as what's labeled as the future ped bike bridge by others, which is in this location, that remains unchanged as well. And I believe the floating dock, the floating dock does move in one of the concepts. The primary changes are associated with the roadway design and the block design in the for sale residential component of the project. One of the other things that's different is for the for sale residential component of the project, they indicate that the first 3 concepts would consist of a mix of townhouses and duets, and the 4th concept is a mix of duets and cottages. And these are building types under the SMART code. So I'll just quickly flip through. This is the second concept plan. They dubbed the Central Park or the Heart Plan under when it was presented at the study or at the design charrette. The River's Edge plan, this is, in this plan, the dock area is further south along the project site, kind of in line with the extension of Caulfield Lane. And then the fourth plan, the first three plans were presented at the design charrette. The fourth plan is a blend of, and incorporates comments from the design charrette and the plan that was presented at the January study session. The primary difference between Plan 3, Concept 3, and Concept 4 is the Bautista Lane, which is the single-loaded street in Riverfront, terminates at the project boundary in Concept Plan 4 versus Concept Plan 3, where it connects through. That results in about 1 acre less of developable area, land area. Speaking of land area, as I mentioned at the beginning, the total site is about 39 acres. That does include some area, and I don't know the exact amount that is actually in the water. The property line does go into the river slightly in the McNear Channel. The net buildable area is less in the four concepts compared to the January plan. That's primarily due to the increase in the amount of land area devoted to the park. As you can see, they had about 1.6 acres of parkland versus a 3.5 acres. In the applicant's, so those are the primary differences. There is, again, you can see the difference in the land area devoted to the roadway network as well. So some of the questions I believe would be helpful to the applicant to hear feedback on, and there may be other topics the commission and the applicant may wish to receive feedback on. But first is, does the commission have a preference of the four concepts, and if so, which concept? The applicant is proposing 8,000 square feet of commercial space in all of their concepts. Is that the right amount? Should it be substantially more? Could it be less? And if and we may also want to discuss the location of that commercial space. And then third is the proposed location, the affordable housing, the new location over on the west side of the site appropriate, and is the mix of building types appropriate. So after this meeting, the applicant will revise their plans, come back, make a formal resubmission to the city. We will review the plans, and as soon as they're deemed complete, the technical reports that were prepared for the draft environmental impact report will be revised and completed. The EIR will be completed, circulated for public review and comment. Final EIR will be published, and then the project will be presented to the Planning Commission for consideration, or actually recommendation to the City Council, and then ultimately City Council will make a decision. No action required by the Commission this evening. You may offer your comments for the applicant's consideration. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. I want to structure how we do questions and how we do the discussion of this a little bit, given that we're going through multiple potential concepts and the number of questions that they would like us to discuss. I think going forward, it's going to be very important that our feedback is clear, that the questions we asked at this stage were clear, especially since we're likely to then get back a formal proposal after this, which is why what I'm going to suggest is both for, number one, we are doing questions right now. I'm going to say that one more time. Only questions. Number two, 4 questions for staff before we get to the applicant presentation. What I'd like us to do is first start by going through 4 questions we have for the first concept, then we'll do the second concept, third concept, fourth concept.
I I have a question regarding all concepts.
Well, that's perfect, because you'll make the first question you ask for the first concept will probably start to apply, and they'll get an idea for that. I just want us to structure it that way, because I'm going to want to do the same thing following the applicant's presentation. I want us to be able to clearly delineate what the differences are and where we came to this. Is following the applicant's presentation, following the questions that we ask, we'll move into public comment, and then we will move into discussion. And during discussion, we will go through each of the questions that have been proposed to us, plus any other further comments that arise. Does this work for everyone?
I'm just wondering if it might be possible to just flow into the applicant's presentation, because I feel like a lot of questions might be answered during that presentation, and then we could take it together one at a time on the alternates.
Fair enough. Does that work for everyone? Sounds good. We'll go into the applicant presentation next.
And while Walker's bringing his screen up, there's one thing I forgot to mention. We did receive 2 pieces of correspondence from the public. One from the attorneys representing Shamrock or Vulcan, the adjacent property owner. Their concern was impacts from their operations on residents of the site. And then we also received this afternoon an email or a letter emailed to us from a resident at Riverfront that supports just indicating that he supports the January plan as modified at the design charrette and opposes additional density.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Walker Williams. I'm with Skinnell Properties. I'm the development manager. So thank you for spending some time on this project tonight. What I'd like to do is just show you that we took your words to heart. We've had a few months to think about how to redesign the site, and so that's what I want to present to you tonight. I'm going to try to make this as quick as possible because a lot of what Emmanuel's already shared is the same information. So I'm going to kind of set the stage a little bit with some of our context that will show you how we came up with these concepts. Then we'll give you our new vision statement for the site. And I'll just give you a brief summary of how we came up with those plan alternatives. So I won't get into this. I think Emmanuel did a great job of describing what was proposed in January of this year. But just in general, we had 475 housing units. 15% of those were affordable. So there are some other stats on the screen. So what we heard, again, Manuel did a pretty good job of this, but we heard that it somewhat lacked vision and we needed to come back with some concepts. So that's what we've attempted to do. In all 4 of our concepts, we've provided a 75-foot buffer from the river. So you'll see that in all 4 concepts. We moved the affordable housing component closer to the SMART station, and we've tried our best to improve walkability and bikeability to downtown. So here's just a picture of the site design charrette that we held in March. We thought it was an effective meeting. We reached out to the groups that you see on the screen, Know Before You Grow, all of our neighbors within a 1,000-foot radius of the site, planning commissioner, city council members, and then the Petaluma River Park Foundation. So we just wanted to pause here a minute and talk about the missing middle. We feel like all of the different housing typologies, even though we don't show any in these current 4 design concepts, this is what we're trying to target. Everything from the single family side over to the Eden affordable housing side can fit within this missing middle context. Kind of starting from the single family side, we have a mixture of duets and townhomes. We thought we heard loud and clear that single family detached was not allowed, but I think that's something that we'd like to get clarification on. And one thing we really want to do is embrace smart growth principles. So I don't think we feel like we didn't do a good job of presenting that with our last site plan, and we feel like the 4 that we're proposing tonight do a lot better job of that. There we go. So I know this is a lot of words, but these are some of the smart growth design principles that we tried to focus on when we created our new concepts. So I'll just go through them quickly. But basically, we provide a mix of land uses. We're creating a range of housing opportunities and choices from different income levels to include that in our entire community, our 39-acre community. We believe it's walkable and bikeable, which is important because we're half a mile from the SMART station. We are trying to foster distinctive and attractive communities that gives a compelling case for people to want to visit the site. I think that was clear in January that it really didn't have a compelling nature or component to any of the concepts. So we tried to add that. We're preserving open space by keeping that 75-foot buffer intact. And this is something that we haven't fleshed out yet with this high-level concept, the 4 concepts we're providing. We don't have any kind of transportation options identified, but we fully expect for there to be a bus stop somewhere on the site that would allow even a better way to get around different parts of the city. We've tried to encourage community and stakeholder collaboration by multiple meetings with you, the Planning Commission, and also with neighbors within 1,000 feet of our site. And one thing that we're going to focus on is sustainable features, not just site design features, but also in building concept. So that will include Cal Green Tier 1, 100% electric on all of our buildings, solar roofs, which will be a requirement, permeable paving in alleys, low water use landscaping, EV and e-bike charging stations, a pre-wire for garage EVs, and an e-bike charging, and then increased walkability and bikeability. So if you've seen pictures of the site, and I've got one here posted on the screen, there's several nodes within the site that have some riverfront structures that appear to be a bit of a nuisance. So as a part of our project, we're planning to clean up the riverfront structures. We're removing several of those man-made structures, and we want to restore the habitat and actually create some wetlands along the riverfront. We believe that what we're planning to propose in the future needs to be synergistic with the riverfront community. So make sure that it's not something completely different, but it almost makes it look like it would be one complete community when we're done. And then one thing that we focused on is coordinating with Steamer Landing. So you'll see in the next couple of slides, we're actually proposing a pedestrian bridge across from our site, across the McNear Channel to Steamer Landing. So here's our proposed vision statement. We are planning to create an activated waterfront neighborhood connected to the broader Petaluma community and sustainably designed. Oh, didn't mean to scroll past that one. So here's a picture of what the retail and mixed-use component of our site might look like. We're planning on this being a front porch to the community and also to our neighborhood that we're creating. So we think this would be a great spot to have a social hub, a gathering spot. And one thing we want to focus on is we're transforming an industrial riverfront area that has pretty much been banned from public access to making this kind of a communal spot and a shared amenity for everybody in the community to enjoy. So this will be kind of a before and after. These are the existing conditions along the riverfront. If you're looking south along McNear Channel over to Steamer Landing, there's some deteriorating man-made structures along this elevation of the river. And if you look to what we're envisioning, it's more of an activated riverfront and a connected riverfront so that people not only from the neighborhood can be connected to the Steamer Landing across the McNear Channel, but also people who aren't a part of the neighborhood, visitors to the neighborhood, could come to the neighborhood, either enjoy the retail or just enjoy a run or a walk and get to downtown a lot easier from this portion of the city. This is a broad view of the key link that we're making for the Riverfront Trail. You can see the little man that's in the middle of the screen along the orange site. That's where the bridge is proposed, sort of in the middle of the site. And so we're adding over 3,000 feet of trail, 14-foot wide trail along the riverfront. This is another before and after. So this is looking west along the river with its current condition. And this is what we're proposing in the future. We're acknowledging the 75-foot setback on the leeward side of the trail. And then on the upward side of the trail, we're planning to embrace the river's edge by providing a park. And again, on the programming, we don't know what that programming might look like. This is just our suggestion, maybe some tot lots. It's 3.5 acres in totality, so we could do a lot with that amount of acreage. Here are a few perspectives of what we think would go well there. But again, we're not proposing any programming at this time. And one thing with architectural character, we're not there yet in our SPAR application, but this is kind of the idea that we see for the site, more of a modern feel. Our neighbors at Riverfront have a bit of a traditional feel with their architecture. So we are open to your suggestion. So we can change on this topic, but we would like to get your opinion on the architectural look and feel. And again, this is not germane to site design, but this is just kind of looking forward as we proceed in our application. Here are the concept alternatives. Let me take a moment to describe each one. So the first one, we originally called it the Zipper in the site design charrette. We've renamed it to Promenade, a little more pragmatic on the name. But the Promenade stitches the site physically together through a central linear greenbelt and park with the north-south connectors from Hopper to the river and the east-west connections from the riverfront neighborhood to the river. Upon arrival at the north end, the view to the river is through the green space framed by homes. And then to create the linear greenbelt, the shape of the development blocks will require a little bit more creative site planning compared to the other concepts. And the civic open spaces will face more residential homes than streets and the river. All right, to describe the Central Park, this was the heart theme in the site design charrette. The Central Park acts as the heart of the project. The streets and the ped bike networks act as the veins and the arteries of the project, all connecting the heart to the river and surrounding neighborhoods. The Central Park offers a larger consolidated civic space that may lend itself to a variety of programming and design and physically and visually accessible or accessibility with street edges. And the last one is the river's edge. The third to the last one. The river becomes fully exposed along the southern edge of the project, acting as an extension to the river's edge. Again, we have a contiguous park similar to the Heart, Concept 2. The civic space along the riverfront is a more gentle transition from the built to the unbuilt and provides full views to the water. The road separates residents from the river physically. And I'll just add that this was the favorite of the site design charrette attendees. I think the main reason was because when you're in the park, you're closer to the river, and that's what they felt was most important to them. Then the last one is just a modification, and as Emmanuel alluded to, you take a road out of Block 2, and you add about an acre or an acre and a half back for developable land, so this could create a denser typology just because you're adding another acre to net developable land. But what it doesn't do is it doesn't provide a road to separate the homes physically from the park. And I also think Emmanuel did a good job of going through this, but the main difference from our January plan to the 4 concepts that you see tonight is that we're not double counting the park in the setback of the river. It's a full 3.5 acre park outside of the 75-foot setback. And so you get a little bit less developable land in each of the 4 concepts on the single family side. So that's the main difference. So we're just looking for clear direction on a concept. And also clear direction on a mixing or a mix of housing typology, which just means, should we build duets, townhomes, single family detached? We're open to all, but we'd like to get your feedback on that. And then next steps, we feel like once we have a little bit of more clear direction, then we can go into a more detailed site plan and continue with our CEQA analysis before public hearings. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much. We'll now move into questions for both the applicant and staff. I'm going to restructure this a little bit because I do see Commissioner McErland's point. So one thing we're going to begin with are questions that folks have that apply uniformly to all of these plans. And then we'll start with concept 1 through, yes.
I have a question. If they could put the 4 schematics up?
Oh, yes.
That
would be quite helpful. And then we'll go accordingly. That way, most of our questions can be recorded with the information per that concept, so this is more easily used after the fact. And with that in mind, for questions related to that apply to each design, I'd like to go to Vice Mayor Karen Thompson.
Could we see all 4 of the designs on the screen? Same time? Yeah. That would be great. There it is. Thanks. So you're asking about the design? What question are you asking?
This section is for us to ask questions about from either the applicant or staff that apply to all 4 design concepts. So any background questions?
I just need clarification. Are these townhouses or do we still have single-family homes? I mean, that's what I did read the staff report.
Sure. So we're not proposing any type of typology at this point. That could be either we're actually looking for direction because we're not proposing any certain type of single-family typology.
Okay, I guess what I would like to see are greater green space, and I would think maybe townhouses would bring that versus single family with little yards, and so you'd have actually greater green space. That's one thing I'd like to see. And I guess it depends. Are all of these, all of the concepts, are those facing the river? The concepts where you're by the green or the walkway, trail?
Are the concepts facing the river?
I'd like as much facing the river.
Got it.
Yeah.
That's great feedback. Thank you.
Yeah.
We don't have any of the locations or the directions shown right now,
Okay.
but we can do that.
Okay. I like the idea, actually, that the street ends, Batista or whatever it's called. I'm going to end right there and give some more thought, look at my notes.
Commissioner Atkinson?
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. Question for staff. Alongside this development, and obviously I appreciate the applicants tried to put more of an emphasis on bike and ped. Does the city have any off-site improvements? Or I wasn't sure, it looked like from the staff report, the developer wouldn't necessarily have off-site improvements to bike and ped infrastructure. The vice mayor brought up before, this area like between D and Lakeville. Are we planning anything in conjunction to accommodate more connectivity? Because I like how I'm not going to say comments, but obviously there's been some move in that direction by the developer. Do we have any plans for that?
So the applicant would be required to make improvements on Hopper Street along the project frontage, which is really just along the section over, so I don't know if you can see my cursor.
Mm-hmm.
So this section is really the only street frontage that the project has. I believe as a condition of approval, we can require the applicant to contribute their fair share of the cost of making pedestrian or other off-site improvements, which could include pedestrian bicycle improvements to the SMART station, to the McNair Peninsula, and other locations that may be, if we can show that there is a nexus and there's rough proportionality between the mitigation required or the contribution required and their and the improvement.
Right, and that's a large discussion, and you don't want to necessarily overburden, but I think that's the next logical step in connecting this to our transit infrastructure and to our bike and ped existing pathways, is to extend this off-site along Hopper to get it connected up with some of those linkages referenced in the report. And then this is a question that will come along later with design, but in all of these designs, obviously we have a trail going through the buffer zone. Do we know the nature of that trail? Are we talking about pavement? Is that still no idea yet? Or does the city have specific guidance per the River Access and Enhancement Plan, ADA considerations, things like that, of what that trail might look like?
It's a 14-foot wide asphalt trail.
Okay. Okay.
We would be able, though, to design that to be other than asphalt. I think that we don't have any specific policies at present, but certainly we could respond to the preferences of the commission as it relates to design.
Perfect. If there were calls for permeability, and obviously during a SPAR, we would have folks in the community weighing in on that, folks who are tied in with environmental groups, but just something I want to think about when it comes to all the designs. And then in all of these...
Excuse me, Commissioner, I just was going to add, accessibility requirements would also apply to whatever the design is. So
right.
It's to that part of your question. Thanks.
Right. Perfect. And then this might be just totally implicit, but obviously with these block designs, we're going to have smaller feeder roads. I don't know if those are the local roads referenced that are going to split these, right? Because if we're going to fit as many units as you need into those blocks, and we just haven't decided what those roads are going to look like, right?
Yes, there will be driveways and alleys. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And that goes along with that effacement question, is just if you guys had an idea of how some of these projects were going to either efface the river or point internally. So it sounds like that's still up in the air. I can save that for comments. And then the rest of mine are concept specific. So I'll end there. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner McGurlin?
Yeah, first of all, thank you for doing these concepts. It's exactly what we asked for, and it's very clear what options or what sort of community we're looking at, so I appreciate you doing that. My biggest question is that this is a specific plan and it's linked to riverfront, and the roads that connect to riverfront make sense as a residential mix. But my question is, once you put in the roundabout connection, becomes an arterial highway. And I'm concerned that, if the arterial highway gets crowded up at Caulfield, what's to prevent people from slipping through the neighborhood and cutting through riverfront to get to the bridge? I'm wondering if you've considered, and I asked for some traffic information, and I haven't heard it yet, but it's a arterial highway coming across that bridge, and that is a long-awaited connector, and I'm wondering, have we considered that? Shouldn't we consider that? Would you consider not connecting those roads, cul-de-sacing them, take it back up to Hidalgo, so you avoid that kind of cross impact?
We would consider that. We actually do have our traffic engineer with Farron Pierce here tonight, so we could get into details. We'd rather not, because basically after some discussion with city staff this morning, city engineer and traffic engineer included, the conclusion from that discussion was all four of these concepts would work with improvements to Caulfield Lane if we wanted to better align it to account for those cross-city connection traffic trips.
I'm not following that. Is it possible to have the traffic engineer present?
That's why you're here, Jeff.
Thank you. I guess the question is, what is the ADT on Caulfield and now without the bridge, and what will it be with the bridge?
The projected traffic over the bridge is about 1,000 vehicles in each peak weekday peak hour. And to what Walker was saying was, by the way, Jeff Rubendahl with Fair and Piers, and I'm also working with staff on the active transportation plan. So if there's bike ped connection questions, happy to talk about those. What all four of these concepts, the way the roadway network is laid out, there are ways to make it as bike and ped friendly as possible, and cul-de-sac or change the routing of the internal roadways to control what sort of cut-through traffic can or cannot use the site. So whether it's changing things to right in, right out, or in some of the cases, having one of the streets be you cannot enter if you're coming through the bypass, if you're coming south and trying to get to the bridge. So there's features and traffic calming treatments that we can integrate into the site design itself that would discourage most, if
So
not
you're saying
all.
if it is a problem, there's ways to correct it?
Exactly, and
Do you
that's
know-
kind of
do you
going back
know
to
if-
the previous.
Do you know if there will be a problem?
I can't tell you exactly how everyone's going to use this facility, but I will say that there are features and elements that we can design into this to encourage best behavior and desired behavior. So folks aren't going to go circuitously out of their way just to get through something. And we can put in traffic calming devices to prevent cut-through traffic.
All right, I guess the question, I'm more concerned about the impact on Riverfront and whether it's been disclosed to them that they have potential traffic moving through the neighborhood
Yeah, the connection along the alignment of Caulfield from the bridge to the broader community is going to be it's going to interact with the planned land use in this area. And I think as part of the planning of this project, as well as the general plan transportation piece, is that can kind of be the policies and features can be brought together, and traffic calming devices and whatnot can be, or one of the tools in the toolbox.
Commissioner Potter?
Yeah, I have two questions. One for the applicant. I'm curious if you could tell us more about the decision to separate the affordable housing block from the market rate housing when it's all rental apartment housing.
Sure. I don't think Andrea Osgood is here today. Oh, there she is. Hey, Andrea. I just didn't see you beforehand. Would you like to answer? Probably best suited. Could you repeat the question, please?
Yes, I'm just curious about the separation in all four plans and throughout the planning process of the affordable housing as a separate location and building from the market rate apartment housing when they're both rental housing and could be inclusionary affordable housing.
Yeah, happy to answer that. So we get that question a lot, and part of the reason that we like the separate parcel, though certainly planned carefully together in a whole neighborhood, is for financing. The financing that we use that allows us to deliver much more deeply targeted affordable housing requires sort of our own parcel that we can use and put those tax credits and other special funding on. The other reason we like our own property is that we also have a community room and we can more easily deliver supportive services through our services company. So those are just some of the reasons, and we do this all over the Bay Area in partnership with market rate builders like Skidnow.
Are there any situations where you do inclusionary housing?
No, we do only 100% affordable housing. So we don't do market rate housing.
All right, thank you. My other question has to do with whether the applicant has coordinated with the Shamrock Vulcan on potential land use conflicts related to the asphalt aggregate facility. That landowner has been present for providing input on other projects that have come before us. And I know that the letter is new, but I wondered if there's been any coordination.
No, there's been minimal coordination. We have been in contact with them. I think the biggest coordination item we've been in touch with Shamrock with is regarding the change to the river-dependent industrial zoning of their parcel if we put in a pedestrian bridge, because they would be limited to use the river for, for their business.
Thank you.
Sandy asked a lot of the questions that I was already thinking about, especially on Shamrock. And to follow up on that, And this question's more to staff. This isn't the first time we've had kind of a conflicted land use situation where it almost seems like one side wants an easement or another. Is there a plan to do any kind of policy going forward to identify these conflict areas?
It's an excellent question for a planning manager.
Absolutely. I looked in entirely the wrong direction. My apologies, Andrew.
Well, I don't think it's necessarily that great of a question. I think that that we are in the process of exploring that. Vulcan has expressed the same concerns about Oyster Cove, and so that's prompting us to delve deeper into that as a policy matter at this present time.
Excellent. Thank you.
And Chair, if I may add to that, I'm sorry for being a little flippant, but one of the things that happened with the Riverfront project, knowing that it could be a potential nuisance to residents, is a requirement, and I included in the staff report the language of the condition of approval, a requirement that a disclosure be made on to buyers and renters that Caulfield Lane will eventually be a thoroughfare that will be connected with the bridge to the other side of town. So I'd imagine something similar to that, in addition to whatever else is done to address the Shamrock adjacency, is something similar to that could be done with this project, also for cut through traffic.
Thank you.
And Vice Chair Hooper, if we might extend upon that, and I'm looking to City Attorney Danley because I think he might have some comment. The Smart Code does recognize that there may be land use conflicts, and the Oyster Cove project is conditioned to require that a notice be recorded on title that identifies those conflicts. The question I think before us now is a policy question: are those existing regulations sufficient? Or do we need to have policy that may have more emphasis to it?
Thanks, Andrew. And I would just add, commissioners, those ideas are in development now as these applications are coming forward, because there's not a clear framework to deal with transitions in the area from the historic river-dependent industrial uses to mixed uses and residential uses. So it's a work in progress right now, and it's a little bit subject to differences of the parcels and their existing regulatory requirements that apply. What I would note about this one is these are very significant discretionary approvals that it requires, and the conditioning process is going to provide some significant opportunity for the decision-making bodies to address potential concerns about conflicts among uses in this sort of transitional time from the historic uses. So that's something that'll certainly be, potential consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, all three of you, for taking the time to walk through this. Partially because having read through exactly what you included, I was a little bit uncomfortable with the idea of us relying on those kind of disclosures going forward, given how easy it is to overturn those things when people start going to civil courts. Thank you. Moving past the Shamrock issue, I'd like to go to an old favorite of mine, the bridge. And I'd like to ask the applicant, are we still in a position of not having a clear funding source for the bridge?
Yes, there's not a clear funding source for the bridge. However, we realize there are three major beneficiaries: ourselves as the applicant, the Petaluma River Park Foundation, who owns Steamer Landing, and the city. So we feel like there's a partnership there to be had. We just don't know what the details of that might be yet.
Okay. And going back to the Caulfield of it all, is there a timeline of when we expect Caulfield to be completed, since this project does rely a great deal on Caulfield coming through?
Vice Chair, we do have City Engineer Jeff Stutzman with us this evening, and I'd invite him up to not just respond to your question, but give us a bit of context for what we can expect from that design process.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Jeff Stutzman, City Engineer. So for the Caulfield Bridge, we are currently started full design on it with Mark Thomas. He's their consultant on it. We expect the design to finish, I think, early 2025. So then from there is when construction will begin. Funding's still a question because as we work through the design, we're looking still at like that bridge alternatives. Is it double leaf, single leaf? So there's still a lot to work out. So it's kind of a rough timeline. How long construction is going to take, we'll work that out as we get closer to design and kind of what the environmental mitigations are. But that's kind of the rough timeline is 2025 for at least a final design.
Thank you. And thank you very much for that clarity. I'm now going to pivot to the applicant. Related to that, if, and I'm asking a hypothetical, if any of these designs were to get chosen, make it through, go through process, if we got all the way to the end of this, when would you expect construction and completion? I'm just trying to get an idea for the timeline between what we're expecting from the city and what is likely to happen with the construction of the project.
Sure. No, good question. I'm going to look at Emmanuel for a nod. I think the CEQA and EIR process, if not fast track, but if gone at a normal speed, because we can't anticipate what public comment there might be or if there are any challenges. Without challenges, I think it's an 8-month process, which would start the SPAR application. So 8 months plus SPAR, and then permit would start after that. So if I'm assuming that SPAR is 12 months, I don't know if it's 6 or 12. It depends. We're looking at approximately 24 months at the fastest from beginning construction.
Okay.
And that's probably fast.
Probably. On the city side also, commissioners, we know that Caulfield will require full EAR too. So that's going to be happening on the public improvement side. Thanks.
So competing delays, that makes sense. Okay. Oh, thank you. The parallel part is, I think, what's going to be important for this. Going back to the affordable apartments, given they're in the same spot for each design, could somebody, whether it's the affordable developer or the applicant directly, why you moved from being near a former waste facility to being near the concrete, which doesn't seem great. So I just wanted to know what the logic of going from one extreme to the other might have been.
Well, we were happy with either, but I will say that this location is slightly better for us because it's closer to downtown and the smart and the train station and all that transit and amenities, which helps us compete for funding at the state level. So we're very happy with this new location. Do you have further questions about that?
Do you, I figured it was the smart station, but do you expect to have to put in major mitigations given where it is in proximity to Shamrock?
No, I think we'll be fine. And we have dealt with many number of adjacencies. And oftentimes that just ends up with better energy efficiency, like thicker windows for noise and things like that. So I think we can handle that through whatever comes out of a CEQA document or recommendations from the city.
Thank you. Okay. And with that, I'll save the rest of my comments for specific design, unless you had something to add to that. No. Yep. So with that, we will now go to questions for conceptual design 1, except I'm wrong. Yes?
I have a few questions, or I just want to follow through with what I heard from other commissioners.
Oh, yeah,
Some
go ahead.
comments.
Go ahead.
I am concerned about the proximity to the Balkan as far as like the health, and have you done air quality tests in that area, looked at an industrial hygienist to evaluate the area?
No, that will be part of our CEQA analysis, but we have not yet.
Okay, because that is a real concern, and also, as far as, this is for staff, I keep going back to D Street and the utility lines that we're only going to, take half of them off on D Street. And I do think that we need to make a better street front because this project will use that street front. And so they really do connect with D Street. We can't disconnect D Street from this project when you're using Hopper Street to connect to D Street and to the SMART train. And I don't see how we're going to do any projects when we're not addressing D Street and the reconstruction. If we looked at how Oyster Cove looked, that's going to end halfway, before Lakeville. And then we're just going to end up with traffic problems, congestions, bicycle, pedestrian. And I do think that this project connects with D Street. There is a connection there. It's not just Hopper Street. It's easy to say, well, Hopper Street is, the street, but we need to look at the bigger picture, and that's what we have not done in this community. And that's why we have some of the congestion we have. And so is that being looked at?
Well, no, because we're at the conceptual stage, but the environmental analysis, including the traffic analysis, will have to include, it won't just be at the project perimeter. It'll have to address connections beyond that in the cumulative analysis also. So we can anticipate those would be considerations of the analysis, along with what we heard about and is addressed at the bottom of the staff report on page 15 about potential cut-through traffic.
Right.
So that'll have to be part of the analysis too.
Okay, and then just one other thing on the housing. The owner for ownership housing, is that mixed, $1 million, $750,000? I mean, is there a mix of housing?
It's going to be market rate. So today, it would probably be in that range that you just described. I can't expect it to be much higher than that in 2 years, but it would be market rate housing. So depending on the square footage, it would probably be, in that range.
Okay, I mean, what you hear from the community members are, we want our kids to be able to live here, and we're looking for housing that is affordable. And 750,000 it's just a high number, so I'm just wondering how you can make it so they might be smaller units, but they could be affordable for first time.
It's a good question. Sorry, it's loud. When you make a house smaller, it doesn't necessarily reduce the price that much because there's still a kitchen, there's still bathrooms, there's still all the main utilities that go to the site, there's still a slab. So there's an economies of scale as you get to a higher square footage in home. So you might think that it's more of a straight line, but it's not. So let's say if you wanted to build a 1,000 square foot house, it wouldn't cost $200,000 or $400,000. It would probably be maybe $50,000 less, maybe $100,000 less, maybe. So the economies of scale is the main reason why even if you were to build, half the size in house, it doesn't equate to half the purchase price.
Okay, thank you. On another question, as far as apartments, Petaluma has a lot of apartments right now. So have you evaluated the need for this many new apartments? And we have quite a few in our area and quite a few vacancies.
Yes, and we've identified that there is quite a demand for housing, even if it is apartments versus single-family homes.
And what cost are these apartments going to be per month?
Oh, it's market, whatever the market is.
Do you know what market is?
We do.
What is it?
It depends on where you live and how big the apartment is.
How about your proposal?
We're not posting any rental rates at this point.
Okay, thank you.
With that, I actually do have one more question before we get to conceptual one, which was a broader question. Regardless of the plan design, it's a lot of narrow pathways, and even with the other bridge, assuming the bridge happens, and even with Caulfield, that's still not a lot of in and out. Public transit is going to be that much more important. You've already mentioned you assume there's going to be a stop. This question is most likely really for staff. But what I want to know is, one, is staff planning for more, given the number of potential units, regardless of which layout we go for here, is staff planning for more than simply a bus stop, given the number of units and how much we're going to need people to choose transit over taking a car with this many people, especially since they're going to be neighboring the other development that's already there? And then my other question for the applicant related to that is, when the transit hub is worked out, are they willing to adjust density and position to make sure that we're maximizing density with our transit stops in this area? So, staff first.
So we will work with our transit staff to determine what makes most sense. What I can tell you is, with the first conceptual plan that when that was reviewed internally by all the departments, transit staff did request a bus stop, 2 bus stops, 1 in each direction on this block. And I'd imagine that they'd come back and review the concept that will be ultimately selected and fully developed, and provide direction as to where transit facilities should be located. So we definitely will be working closely with the transit folks.
Thank you.
And yes, we would do the same. And I think, to answer your question, hypothetically, we would put the traffic stop adjacent to 6A or 6B. It would want to be closer to a higher density area. I think that answers your question.
Well, I was speaking specifically of the bus stop, not a traffic stop, but
I'm sorry.
I just want to make sure that's what you meant. That's
That
all.
is what I meant. Thank you. Bus stop.
No worries. And with that, we will go into questions for Concept Plan 1, the promenade, and we'll start with Commissioner Potter.
Well, I don't have too many questions about this site plan. I am curious. I understand that the community has had an opportunity to review the 4 and has a preference for the River Edge number 3, and that is a strong preference of mine, and I didn't know if we might want to do some kind of straw vote before we dive into giving the non-binding input on the site plans, just for
Well,
efficient.
just to be clear, I'm not asking for, we're not doing non-binding input now. This is just to get questions for the different site plans completed before we get to that.
Oh, I have no questions on this plan.
Perfect. Commissioner McClellan.
Yeah, I guess the question is, all the edges on the concept 1 that front the river setback are either side yard or rear yard conditions.
Are you asking?
That's a question.
Are they side yard or rear yard? It could be either.
Yeah, but there's no front yard, so.
I'm going to invite Jill with KTGY to answer that question. KTGY has been helping us put these plan concepts together, so they're a little more well-versed in it.
Thank you, Jill Williams. We imagine these would lay out where we would want the benefit of probably as many homes having frontage to it. So I imagine those being front doors facing the river, coming out to, whether it's coming out to the trail or to another independent sidewalk. As part of that, maybe there's some little courtyard, like with low walls, to invite people out into the front of there. So there could be a little bit of fencing that you might see between some homes if these were duets, but if they were row towns, we're imagining those are all fronts. And I would say that is true of all the schemes, whether you're facing a street or whether you're actually facing the riverfront and the trail. Is that helpful?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Commissioner Reckerson.
Yeah, and I don't want to go out of order, but I'm going to have this question for all concepts. I don't know why I didn't ask it before. But on a site visit here, there's a lot of concern about cutting through the riverfront residential area the road that we have all the way to the east of this diagram connecting Hidalgo down to Batista, that looks like there's already something in place on site. Is that correct? Because I know from the plan, it looks like you guys would be adding it, but is there something already in place? There's already a road there connecting all those.
There is, so on the west side of the Riverfront project, which is the east side of this project, there's an EVA that's along there, an emergency vehicle access.
Right.
The final plan for that on the Riverfront side is a 10-foot wide Class 1 path separated from the EVA with a berm and a fence. So this would be extending or widening that roadway.
Understood. Now, do you think we could still, if there was a desire to terminate some of these roads like Guadalupe, Pico, to kind of center traffic, would that still be possible even with that EVA there? I assume it would, but.
So so you're suggesting not having the roadways connect all the way through?
Yeah, not for general traffic. It just, in thinking of this idea, Commissioner McGarlane brought up not having, and I know that's been a concern, not having folks racing through. Now, if that road is there already, and that's a barrier that, or if that's something that we can't necessarily terminate or get rid of, then you're already going to get some of that infiltration of folks going to this existing
as the
road.
traffic engineer said, I think probably the best way to handle that would be with traffic calming measures, and they provided that toolkit of traffic measures at the end of the packet. So I'd imagine some measures could be implemented to address through traffic or vehicle speed through that area.
So that's preferred then over the maybe impracticability of terminating some of those roads early or not having that full connection there on the west side of Riverfront and the east side of.
I think it's preferred, but we would definitely be on board with looking at all those options. So we would be fine with terminating streets if that's what is best for traffic.
Okay. I just wanted to wrap my head around that because it was already there and that automatically connects all this and makes it so that folks would go through there. I guess then for concept one, my only question would be, how do you guys envision some of that traffic coming off Caulfield? In your mind, does this center everything to Hidalgo, or what does that traffic flow look like?
In my mind, you don't actually take the Caulfield Lane extension through the Corp Yard unless you're going to 500 Hopper.
Okay.
You take the immediate left, which I believe is how the general plan acknowledged all of that traffic going through Caulfield, the crosstown connection. So you would just take an immediate left. So I think however we could encourage that traffic pattern would be the most preferred.
Okay. All right. That's all I have for this. Thanks.
Yeah, I just want to follow up on that because this map is kind of confusing to look at. When it says Caulfield Lane extension, well, where's the Corp Yard here? So that's the Corp Yard, because I know I drive down this area a lot, and I would come, I guess, down Hidalgo, and then I would hit.
No, so right now, Caulfield Lane extension, this roadway segment does not exist.
Well,
So this comes to a T intersection here.
Correct, but there is a lane there somewhere in this area, like right at the.
So this exists.
Right, that exists, but then if you.
When it comes to this is fenced off here.
But there is a lane that actually, it's fenced in from Hopper Street. You can't get in from Hopper Street.
So, yeah, that would be the entrance to the maintenance facility, the Corp Yard. Is that what you're thinking about?
No, that's not what it is. It's on the, if you're facing east, it's on the left side of where the Corp Yard is. There's a road there that exists now. And it's just for, it was for, I guess, staff or the Corp Yard to use. It's kind of like a back door, but it actually hits Hopper Street. So are you going to have more than one street off Hopper Street coming into this area?
Yeah, the second one would be over in this location.
And that's what I'm thinking is where that existing.
Yeah, there is a driveway entrance right around here.
Right, but I know where the driveway is, but if you go north, then I guess the road that I'm seeing that you're calling the road to get in there actually exists now.
I believe it exists as an EVA.
Right.
Right, and if I'm not mistaken, when the minor street network is formalized, then that what's currently an EVA would be replaced by a minor street.
Okay.
So you're correct. That-
Okay.
Yeah, it
Okay,
does exist.
thank you. I would like to look at maybe closing off, some of these streets. So, when Caulfield comes, there's going to be traffic. And people will just all of a sudden go in a different direction. And there has to be really good direction, so people really know where to go. So you're not going into the neighborhood itself. I'm done.
Okay, with that, we will go to questions for conceptual plan 2, which I think you've already put up, right? Okay. And part of my confusion was I realized I've been staring at that for quite some time. If no questions from Vice Mayor, I will go to Commissioner Rackison.
Yeah, just a quick question. It looks like there's that traffic circle. I'm assuming that was implemented as an illustration of a traffic calming measure that would disincentivize. Was that the idea? And only because it stands out, because we don't see, obviously it's a high level overview. We don't see all the traffic calming measures delineated in the other plans. But is that what that was there for?
No, it's not actually there as a traffic calming measure. It could be, it's more just a roundabout to get to multiple streets from one intersection. So it's more about the arterial traffic through the site.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I don't have any questions on this concept besides that. Thanks.
Commissioner McIrwin?
A question that relates to concept 2, but also relates to all of them. Are we going to be able to see a traffic plan, a peak hour traffic plan that I think relates to the D Street issues, the Caulfield issues, how the bigger system works and how it's impacting this project? I mean, this is the third time I've asked for traffic information, and traffic calming, in my mind, does not solve anything. It fixes a problem. If you have to calm traffic, you're calming some problem. So what's the solution that works, and show us how it works. Right now, we're just listening to traffic fixing methods, and it doesn't satisfy my worry. So are we going to see a traffic study? Because I know one
Yes.
exists for the bridge.
Yes, we will. When a concept is chosen, we'll proceed to environmental documents, updating the CEQA, the technical memos in the EIR, and at that point, a thorough traffic assessment will be analyzed. We have analyzed traffic for the site for the office building, but just not for any of the multifamily buildings, which changes it slightly. I'll add to that, we did produce a traffic memo in preparation for this Planning Commission meeting, and in general, that was addressing the crosstown connection. And I don't want to speak for Jeff, but I believe the Fear and Peers report stated that there would be 1,500 trips per day from our site going across the crosstown connection. And on average, during peak traffic, that's around 10 to 15 trips, depending on if it's AM or PM peak per hour. But we don't have a total traffic analysis or traffic impact report because we just haven't chosen a concept yet.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Botter?
So my question relates to all of the alternatives. Are you committed to doing the full EIR on the project?
Yes.
Okay, so I feel like a lot of the questions that have come up today are going to be addressed in that environmental document because all of the CEQA topics are going to be studied in depth. Once we get a design, they're going to address noise and dust and air quality and habitat and traffic. And technical studies will be produced, and then impacts will be identified and mitigations will be set forward. But even more relevant, I think, is that the EIR will include an analysis of alternatives to the project. And so it might be helpful for the applicant, once we discuss which one of these conceptual plans that we are most favorable or going to give the input on, to also think about some of the elements we talked about today that could be considered in the alternatives for the CEQA document.
Thank you very much. I don't have any questions for this layout in particular. Now I'd like us to move to Concept Plan 3. And we'll start with Commissioner Potter for this one.
I really don't have any detailed questions, but I am interested if you could say a little bit more about the open space along the river and the habitat enhancement and wetland restoration that you mentioned in the general presentation.
Sure. So the wetland creation and the riverfront restoration account is included in all four of the concepts. So I just want to make that statement. As far as the restoration of the riverfront, there are 5 nodes, and I'm sorry I don't have the map, but we've been coordinating with the Army Corps of Engineers, the Stormwater Quality Control Board, and one other agency that it's escaping me right now. But we've actually had meetings with them about how we would clean up the riverfront, and they're on board with those. Basically, we're taking down the riverfront structures. We're knocking the slope back to more natural slope, how it was originally, 3 to 1, 2.5 to 1, something like that. And when you do that, it opens a little bit more space for potential sea level rise. It just gives you some more freeboard in that regard. I think the number is around 0.7 acres that we're creating of wetland in the area along the riverfront when we knock down those riverfront structures. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you.
Sure.
Commissioner?
Thank you. The 2 questions on this. Where your 6B and your market rate apartments, where the 2 sites meet right there at the road corner, where there's a parking symbol. Is there public access through there as well? Because right now it looks like it's all site ground.
Yeah, so that hasn't been designed yet, but we envision that because there's not really a good way to access 6A and 6B separately. So I believe 6B and 6A will be almost look like 2 separate blocks. So you'll have multiple buildings that are multifamily, 3 or 4 story structures in both that will have some sort of parking arrangement and access that will probably be looped to account for emergency vehicles in and around the site.
But you could get pedestrian access trail through there to the riverfront? Because it's a pedestrian site, a bicycle road system.
Yes, there will be pedestrian access. Actually, if you look just west of 6B, we created, there's an aisle, it's about 70 feet wide. That was intentional so that not only there could be a view corridor from Hopper Street, but also it allows pedestrian access at a different point to get to the riverfront. So that was the main purpose of that. But yes, we expect to have some pedestrian circulation in those 2 blocks.
Okay. The other question is the pedestrian bridge to Steamer Landing. That I'm not sure if you're participating or interested in participating, or because I think I've said this before. I think it's a great symbol for your project, having a bridge that connects to a bigger open space. The question is, you located it there, I think, because of distance. That's the minimum shortest distance.
Correct.
What is it, if you went down towards the 4A, the regional or the community park, what is that distance compared to where you show it now?
The distance now is about 120 feet across from bottom of bank to bottom of bank. Top of bank to top of bank is around 180. So if you get further away in either direction, it does increase by about 20 to 40 feet, depending on which direction you go. And the bridge just gets more expensive. We're definitely open to a different location if it works best for the city or for Steamer Landing, but it just gets more expensive at that point.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Rakusin.
Thank you. And I know that the next plan, Concept 4, kind of builds off of this one. I'm wondering if the design team and your guys' team in brainstorming this had any models where we reduce the road coverage, because as I recall, this is the concept with the highest amount of road. If we reduce the amount of road surface and replace it, rather than like 4 where we extend that block 2, but do anything with internal green space in between blocks 1, 2, 3, and 5. Did anything like that enter the discussions at all or get brainstormed?
We've talked about impervious pavement. And the smart blocks are shown in the shape that they are because there's a maximum width and length you can have to a smart block. So if we eliminated roads, let's say we combined blocks 1 and 2, that would be too large of a block according to the smart code. So we have looked at that, and we're open to suggestions, but yes, that's the main thing we've discussed.
Well, and here's a question for staff. Would green space corridors constitute a separation for the smart code block purposes?
There are warrants that the commission could approve if it doesn't.
Okay. Okay, well, I'll save my general feedback then, but at the last question, this was the plan where we moved the boat dock. I wasn't sure what the impetus was for that. Was there something about this design that necessitated that, or?
Not particularly. It could have been there in the first concept as well. I think we were trying to just show some optionality that we're open to different locations for the boat dock.
Okay.
It makes the most sense, as you could see from our renderings, that having the boat dock adjacent to retail kind of makes for more of a gathering point and more compelling vision, which is why we showed it there in 2 of the 3 concepts, but we could put it in either location.
Okay, got it. That's it for this one. Thanks.
Vice Mayor.
So the green space, I mean, when I'm looking at 1, 2, 3, and 5, I mean, it just looks really, it doesn't look appealing. It just looks, there's no green space in there at all. And so I just feel like it needs to be reconfigured somehow. And then the affordable housing, so 4B is not a park area. So that's actually a pathway, 4B?
Yes. Sure. Yeah. I'll defer.
Good evening, Cindy Ma with the applicant team, urban planner. So the width of 4B is about 50 feet. So we envision that to be able to be used as either pedestrian, bicycle, connection through, but it's wide enough to accommodate a series of programs that could be open space and pedestrian and bicycle connectivity. I do want to make a note that for all the blocks, we haven't designed what's inside the block, so I know it looks like it's just one white blob, but there will be alleys or streets and maybe even paseos of that sort. So there will be green in the blocks. We just don't know where they will go. So,
and by moving the affordable apartments north, it's really far away from the green spaces. And I would assume there'd be quite a few children.
Yeah, so part of including the 4B was to offer a bit more of that open space programming. We do recognize that, conversations with Eden Housing and the applicant team, the best location for the affordable housing, they will have open space within their block as well. And the way it's situated now is they have two sides along the river's edge and the trail and an open space on one side. So 3 sides of potentially open space connection.
Thank you. And is all the green space or the parks open to the public, or is this just? Okay.
Yeah, so what you see in the bright green is the 3.5 acre public access open space. And then the 75 feet river trail is in addition to what that bright green would be.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
And I believe our planning manager has a comment about lot size.
Sure, thank you, Chair. I've been thinking about this while we've talked about traffic and now talking about block size. And one of the important principles of smart growth, new urbanism, or this type of urban development is the idea of connectivity and having a very fine-grained network that facilitates walkability, reduces trip length, and so forth. So that's why I think that we see that block length being such an important factor in the SMART code. And as Emmanuel pointed out, through the warrant process, I think that we could look at maybe reducing some minor streets, adding some green space, provided that we're ensuring that that connectivity exists. I wanted to point that out, but also I think when it comes to traffic and the comments about the need to study traffic and the impacts, that's why it's so critical to have the concept so that we can move forward and analyze specifically what might be some of those impacts from reducing the amount of the street grid, between concepts, or thinking about how we use street design to absorb how people move and vehicles move through the project.
Thank you. And most of my questions for this layout have already been asked, but I did want to note this layout compared to the last one, you've added a four-way instead of a three-way intersection, and you removed the roundabout. Is there a reason why the roundabout was removed for this?
No, it could be included in this one as well. I think it was more visual because it was for the heart concept or the central park. And so it was kind of identifying that the arterial streets would be all connected in one spot. This one actually does the same thing, so it could be a roundabout.
Got it. Thank you. Now we'll move to the final concept, concept 4, and I believe Vice Mayor is first.
It looks like a baseball field on number 2. That would be great if that could be a whole green space. Just eliminate number 2. I don't really have any comments right now.
Commissioner Atkinson.
No questions on this one.
I also have no questions on this one. And with that, we will close the question period for commissioners, and we will pivot into public comment. And right at the start, I would like to apologize to folks because realizing how long this took, in hindsight, I would have rearranged when public comment took place and had you go first. I apologize for making you wait. Let me make sure I announce properly. The public is invited to comment on this item. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes per person. If you haven't done so already, please fill out a speaker card and bring it to the clerk. Has the clerk received any comments prior to this meeting about this item?
Yes, we received 2 comments, both of which were posted on the city website, and I also provided those to you as well.
Thank you very much. We have quite the in-person comment card stack. Okay, I'm going to mix these up a little bit. Okay. Jessica. Or Jessica Moses. Moses. So close. Oh, okay.
I'll make my comment quick. I think that Design 3 would make for the most accessibility for the public of that green space. It reminds me a lot of Wiseman, which has, I think it's St. Augustine Circle, sort of as the buffer to then get you to that trail and park, which I think makes it a lot friendlier for the public who does not live in the development to actually utilize the space.
Thank you very much. Mark.
Hello. My name is Mark. I am a member, a resident of the Tri-Point community, and I want to state my support for the project overall. I think it reflects a number of the things that we talked about with the neighborhood presentation, the concept that was delivered earlier. As a member of that community, I am looking forward to the mixed-use space nearby. I live right there on Batista Way and would love to be able to get downtown from an extended trail that goes through any of the concepts. Of course, the last 2, Concept 3 and Concept 4, are the ones that maximize that area for me, and I'd be most interested in that. Having said that, I do want to address the D word, which is density, and the concerns that have been raised here about the increased traffic through the riverfront community. Right now, it's a really nice community. It's full of new homes, and the kind of people who buy homes like this often have children. There are a lot of young children. I myself have a 9-month-old that lives right there on Batista Way. And when we first moved here from San Francisco, one of the things that you don't see in San Francisco are kids on scooters, 8, 9, 10-year-olds, being able to run freely through the, in the streets and neighborhoods in packs. That's how I grew up. It's what I wanted for my daughter. That's why I moved to the neighborhood. Deep concerns about traffic coming from the new Hopper Street community through the planned bridge. The mitigating factor, I would suggest, would be less density as proposed as part of this new Hopper development. Again, I do want the development. I know that city councils are under some pressure to increase the density for new developments within the boundaries of the city. I personally would like to make a pitch for less development. I know that single-family detached homes has not been something that the council has been supportive of in the past. That would mitigate some of my concerns. I think there's it's a combined 400 new units that's being proposed. That seems like a lot, especially considering the fact that this entire area is more of an island than anything else, as emphasized by the fact that there's only one way in and out, and that's the Caulfield area. So let me just leave with that. If we could put our finger on the scale for less density versus more, and a strong vote of support for the community overall. Thanks.
Thank you. And now, Jessica.
My name is Jessica. I live in the Tri-Point community. I've been there for 2 years now. I myself have children, 3 of them, who are those kids running wild on scooters and bikes. So traffic and safety is a huge thing. We almost are on an island in this area. We have neighborhood gatherings all the time. This is like we know everyone in this area, which has been amazing and helpful when it comes to just feeling safe. There is the Mary Isaac Center that is around, and the city has done an amazing job on cleaning that up and making it more safe. Bringing in the bridge that bridges over, the only thing I could think of that I would make sense to slow people down is speed bumps down Caulfield. Anytime we go down Maria, is that what it is? They have speed bumps, so people are actually driving much slower. So for traffic wise in that area, I like Plan 3 or 4. I like her thing about Wiseman because it is a big space. There are homeless people, a lot of them still around, and they will conjugate. So keeping homes probably off the river walk would make more sense for safety of personal property. We've had bikes stolen and a couple different interactions with those people. But mainly less density. I mean, it is a bigger area than our area, but we are cramped in there as right now. We don't have yards, so a park and a larger green area is like necessary. A dog park, people want to come home and take their dogs on a walk in the neighborhood. They don't want to have to drive across town to go to a dog park. So dogs and kids are huge in this area. And then the traffic. Hopper is really dangerous to walk down. You can't walk or ride your bike down it. You can, it's just with much caution. And the Shamrock trucks are massive and huge going in and out of that area. So I can see while they're nervous about the whole situation. But other than that, I mean, it would be lovely to have a coffee shop and some sort of commercial in that area because we are in there. And once we're in there, it's kind of nice to just stay in there. So we are at the hotel a lot. We go there for book clubs. We go there for date nights. So anything to make it more community and more kid-friendly and pet-friendly would be amazing.
Thank you very much. Dwayne.
Yes, Dwayne here. It was good to see a young child here. The first question I always ask when they're building houses is where do the children go to school? And I didn't see anything on the maps that referenced where the elementary schools are. Frankly, if don't have elementary schools within walking distance, we should put retirement communities there. And the other one is I don't see a market. They talked about some market and possibly a small one. I'd like to know what square foot market, something as large as the one on the northeast end of town, the Safeway that's there, would be the minimum that I would expect a market where people could actually want to walk to and do their shopping. Not a little corner store that specializes in alcohol, cigarettes, and milk. So I didn't see where the shopping center is that would draw people on foot to actually live in a community and be able to not have to drive across town to do their shopping. Anyway, just this shopping and children is, I think, all I need to say. I presume that all the houses, regardless of price, are all significantly above sea level. And the higher they are, of course, the more decades that we will have before they're going underwater once or twice a year with that king tide. Thank you. Maybe they could tell us what the elevation is in the lowest house. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Colin.
Hey everybody, I'm Colin Thomas. I was reading on the 500 Hopper website that they want to embody and protect the historic small town charm of Petaluma. And I believe that small town charm is made possible by thousands of vernacular details that reflect the people and the history of this place. This region has become distinctive from a beautiful blend of mission styles, Spanish colonial revival, Victorian architectural and ranch structures, and so on. And a development with a modern feel, I know that this is still early stages, but a development with a modern feel doesn't reflect any of that. It may look inoffensive on a mood board, but too often in practice, it amounts to a big, fake, stucco nothing burger. I urge you to study the history of this exact place, especially as it relates to the river and its historic significance as a utilitarian waterway. These are not purely aesthetic considerations. If you want a neighborhood to thrive, long after the development gets a return on its investment, give it real ties to its past and people to foster a sense of pride for its citizens and create a sense of continuity for our cultural heritage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Howard.
Thank you, and I thought it was a great presentation. I come out in favor of number 3. I think it's a good park concept. I think having a gathering space along the river, having it connect to the River Heritage Center and the park across the river would be a great tie-in to downtown and to those 3 parks. I like the idea of the Promenade Road, sort of giving a gathering space along there. I think I am in favor of modern architecture, but I also, just as the last speaker said, it is so often can be cookie cutter, and I think there has to be great consideration given to it. But it should be 21st century. It's a 21st century development. So I think this town was built on the last century and a half of its era, and each new development sort of speaks of that era. I think it's a great opportunity for the river enhancement, for the planting. It's a good opportunity for the city to set standards about what those plantings are going to be along the river. As I understand it, they don't exist at the moment. It's also a good opportunity that the channel, the McNair Channel, is a constructed wetland opportunity. It's a man-made structure, so it would be nice to see it as maybe turned into some sort of a bird sanctuary. And I spent a lot of time in San Francisco, and I spent a lot of time at Crissy Field, and I think that this might be our opportunity to replicate what's happening at Crissy Field. I think I often hear things about the ADA And the amount of concrete that the city is putting in, I think, along Lynch Trail. And I know that that was done for ADA requirements, but at Chrissy Field, you know, it's a big gravel, well-used, well-loved roadway, pathway that is full of bikes and children and runners and people in wheelchairs. And I would hate to see an opportunity for us to have such a thing just be another big concrete walk. I mean, be another 10 feet of concrete like we have on North Water Street with, you know, with 5 trees. And so thank you very much. I thought it was a great presentation.
Thank you. Veronica.
Hi, good evening. Thanks so much for the presentation and the different options. I want to take us back to a higher point in terms of typology. Our general plan vision incorporates our need to become prosperous as a city, keeping our wealth within the city, and also creativity and the arts and design is one of our tenets for our new general plan vision. So my question is, are market rate rentals the right thing for this spot where we have an opportunity to maybe get really creative and try to create housing that is linked to economic activity rather than renters that are going to pay a corporation, and that corporation is then going to take the money out of our community? So I implore you to start thinking about how can we create housing and economic activity together. So 260 units have just been built on North Petaluma Boulevard. 60 units of those are vacant right now. A one-bedroom, I think, goes for almost $3,000. So if somebody's going to spend that kind of money, they should own something, right? Things like multi-generational units, that's a concept. Other towns are doing it. Things like artist lofts, maker spaces, and adaptive units. Also, in terms of the elements for the affordable, you know, if the affordable option is only to be together in one space, how can we get creative about making the land delineation such that it incorporates, maybe there's some sort of elder care or some multi-generational mix with affordable units so that there can be community building somehow. I mean, these are just some suggestions that I just thought of now. Also, the community engagement for this project, I think, is going to be really important. It's 40 acres in our town. It's huge. And I think we cannot have this project just come and be a yes or a no. There has to be more study, more interaction, because I think that we're going to really have to live with this, and putting market rate apartments, I don't think is our future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jenya.
Good evening, Commissioners. Jenya Moshkevich, also a resident at Riverfront. I live there with my family, also 2 young children. There are indeed a lot of children in the community. And the combination of this project and the conversations of the Caulfield Bridge are a big concern for us. We actually live right on the corner of Caulfield and Bautista. So really thinking about how do we create the least traffic? How do we create the safest environment for families, children in that area? Understanding that these are likely to go forward, but how do we build them in a way that makes sense for the existing community and for the coming community? Overall, I'm very supportive of the Skinnell project. I think plans 3 and 4 that maximize the green space are best. I do have significant concerns about pushing all of the traffic of the new community down Bautista, because then we have all the traffic in Caulfield, all the traffic in Bautista. I know that this is not currently a traffic planning conversation, but those are significant concerns. I do want to ask if the developer is going to, and hopefully that they will build the dock, that it be a requirement in the plan, because at Tri Point, we were told that there would be a boathouse, and then we learned that actually the developer was not going to build the boathouse. It would just be something that maybe someday someone could build. So since they're proposing that the dock, ideally, it would be a requirement, and similarly, the bridge to the park there would hopefully be a requirement of the plan. Let me just check my notes real quick. Oh, and to your question, Commissioner Hooper, of would people be encouraged to walk to the train station? I think a lot has to be done with Hopper because there's currently no sidewalks there. It also requires passing through the population that's outside there. So I think there has to be it's ideal for our community too, because we're also very close to the train station, but right now there are real concerns about actually getting to the train station. And last but not least, we strongly are in favor of some commercial space, some retail space. So this concept of 15-minute neighborhoods, even though not officially approved, is very appealing, so that there's a coffee shop, a restaurant, maybe a store, something there where we could really meet some of our needs without having to leave the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Alexis.
My name is Alexis Meredith. I am also a resident in Riverfront. My son-in-law and daughter and I moved in April. We live on the Scandal end of Batista Way, right on the riverfront. I echo everything my neighbors have said about the children. My daughter and son-in-law plan on starting a family soon. To that note, the floor plans that were offered to us by the riverfront development really lent themselves to us creating a multi-generational home, because the way the floor plans are situated, they can have the upstairs, I can have the downstairs, and then we have a communal kitchen. So I would just encourage that the houses that are built are built in such a way to lend themselves to multi-generational homes that allows us to get together as families and afford these kinds of houses. And then since we are also on the riverfront, it is very nice to have the street between us and the walkway that then is going to be a public walkway. It does give us a little bit of space between us and the folks using the walkway, because we sit on our front porches and then we can still see, but we have that sort of road between us. So I think Plan 3 does lend itself to that a little bit. I would really encourage you not to connect the roads that go across, so that we do minimize the traffic on all of the cross streets in Riverfront, and that we focus, at least to the other comment, that the traffic is coming down Caulfield. And then the feeder roads that feed into Caulfield really are only coming from our neighborhood going over the road, so we minimize the impact to those houses and all the children that are using those streets. I also, at the far end of Riverfront on the east side, right on the river, there are some parking spaces that are right on the riverfront. Since you are going to be encouraging people to come into this area to use the riverfront, what is the parking going to be like? We haven't talked about that. People might be walking over the bridge, but if somebody's bringing a boat in and they're dropping it off on the boat launch, where do they then park? Don't necessarily want that all on-street parking, because obviously we want to park in our driveways, but we also have guests. So we want to make sure that now there's parking available for the people who are coming in vehicles to use these areas that we really hope to enjoy as well. And just, again, really focus on community. We just really love the riverfront community. We've only been there a few months, but we've already had get-togethers with our neighbors, and we want to keep that feel of that neighborhood and hope this new neighborhood has that as well. We are supportive of the neighborhood, but we just want to make sure that we don't lose our neighborhood in the process.
Thank you very much. And Dave.
Hello again.
I guess we're supposed to vote on configuration, and I think I'm the only person who may mention the heart, so I'll throw it in there, but I don't really care that much. I really want to speak more tonight about the fact, I want to acknowledge this is an awfully challenging site, close to downtown, oddly configured, on the river, next to a city courtyard. The developer has been working hard to look for solutions, and he has remained friendly. I talk with him regularly. He's amenable. And I'm thrilled that he's brought up missing middle. That shows a commitment to the community that we don't always hear. With that said, I have two major issues that I'll be looking for as this project moves forward to SPAR. One, I like the fact that he showed an active 15-minute neighborhood core in his drawings, but I agree with Commissioner McErlane that 15-minute neighborhoods today might be a little ahead of their time. They may fail financially unless you get a really good operator. So while I don't want to discourage him opening with a 15-minute core in place, what I really want to push for, and I'm pushing for this on other projects, is building residential neighborhoods that may be all residential the day they open, but have structures that can become a retail facility at some point in the future. And I know those two are in many ways inconsistent, but ultimately, if we're going to configure this neighborhood, other existing neighborhoods in Petaluma to 15-minute neighborhoods, we need to be coming up with plans for existing buildings being reused into a different function in the future. This would be a good place to start figuring that out. And then my biggest single issue is this site is a half mile from two different transit systems, the SMART train and the transit mall. Everyone who points out that Hopper Street is a terrible route for walking and biking is absolutely correct. It is just abysmal. Nonetheless, one thing that has not been mentioned in the 15-minute presentations, and it should be, is that the consultants to the general plan tell us to reach carbon neutrality, no more than 5 to 10% of trips can be in private cars. Visualize how this community could work with that restricted private car use. Bike needs to work, ped needs to work, we need to fix the issues on Hopper, we need to create more connections, maybe through Oyster Cove, to get back to the transit mall, et cetera. And we probably need a shuttle coming through this property, some kind of a transit system. I've been working with the transit department, throwing ideas out. That's a bold idea. It is not going to happen easily, but those are the kind of things we have to make happen for this project to work for the future of Petaluma. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Kevin.
I am Kevin Kelly. I just wanted to just very quickly put in a word for let's try to make housing that, first of all, responds to orientation, that it's just not a matter of, well, the street goes this way, so everything goes that way, even though it's the wrong direction for the actual use of the house. I think as I look around Petaluma, particularly in the apartment arena, there are so many opportunities that seem to be missed. If you're going to do an apartment, you should do an apartment that it doesn't look like a filing cabinet for human beings. I think you really need to go to the goal that, actually Le Corbusier at the beginning of the 20th century did in his housing, which was masterful, where apartment buildings were they were a collection of villas, as he said, so that you really had balconies that meant something. They're big enough. We're in California. Well, we should have that access to the outside and not just some dinky little balcony that you would see on the East Coast somewhere where people put their bicycles. So what I'm saying is the developer had asked for some guidance on what kind of typology for this housing. So let's really think outside the box. I love the idea about this multi-generational housing, and there's just so many opportunities here. Let's not just do the boring old, stucco boxes. It's just, there's just too much opportunity to let that go. Okay, so thank you.
Thank you. And now we have Marco.
Hi, my name is Marcos Hilario. I live also on Bautista and Caulfield with my wife, Genia. And one of the main reasons to support this development is because that huge empty lot next to our neighborhood is constantly being trespassed. And it's a prime location next to the train station. I have run to the train station. I have ridden my bike on Hopper Street along with the cement trucks. So the connection that the developer is proposing to Steamer Landing to then make it to the transit hub, that would be a great pedestrian access to downtown in every possible way. We're also very aware that the bridge may be a reality right at our front door, and traffic will be pretty dangerous in this neighborhood if all the streets, if this becomes a gridded neighborhood. So having traffic flow just on Caulfield, maybe to Hidalgo, would be the best way just to promote that means of circulation, especially because there is where the hotel is, where the open field is now, and then make all the other streets have whatever could be designed to not flow and overflow Caulfield from every possible direction. We are also aware that the Hopper portion between Caulfield and along the hotel and that city property is very narrow. That can't even accommodate 2 lanes of traffic. And plus it's populated, constantly populated and being stepped on without any regard for traffic. So having traffic maybe just on Hidalgo and this new Caulfield extension would be a good way to go. Regarding the new development, we think that if these were to be apartments, parking would be a major issue over here. We see it on the development on the other side of the river. This, I don't remember the name, but this Heights development, you cannot find a single parking spot. And we are afraid that if this neighborhood becomes all apartments, that will instantly overflow our streets with cars parked everywhere. Especially that we are inviting with the new green space more affluence of traffic over here. We are concerned that apartments will not be the way to go. That's why single family residences would just match what is there. And and then the other thing that we really like about our development is the variation in architectural styles. We have the feeling that over time, these houses, we don't know that they're built around the same era, but the variation really makes up for nice character, whereas new development with just stucco siding that all looks the same, cookie cutter, just doesn't work for identity of the town. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last comment, at least for now, is, and I apologize if I mess up your name, but Balo?
Hi, Balo Iraray, and I live on Pico Street in Tri Point. I moved in a year ago, and I live with my daughter's family and her toddler. There's a real sense of community here, and I'm talking about people knowing each other's dogs' names and trick-or-treaters and Christmas caroling and summer parties and gatherings, communication on WhatsApp and Facebook. So there's a lot of diversity as well, and we're very happy with it. I support the Scannell plans. I like 3 and 4. 4 was the result of a lot of our input, and I really felt validated and heard by them. My concerns are traffic, but I'm also really concerned with the density, like squeezing so many people in there. What would happen in the event of a fire evacuation? Where are all these people going to park? We need more parking spaces than the garage can afford, and we have a shared driveway, so we're on the street, and are these people going to be parking over in Tri Point? I hate speed bumps. I dread them, and I hope they don't happen. But I do hope that there is consideration for emergency evacuations, having been through those, and my daughter's family losing a house in the fire. It's very real to me, and I think we are on an island, as Jessica said. So I hope all of those things would be addressed. And I think that's pretty much, on the affordable housing, might want to consider a co-housing model. We looked a lot into that when I was younger, and that could really work too. Great, thanks.
Thank you very much. Do we have any more comments before I close it out? Thank you, and thank you, everyone. We will be closing public comment. We will move back into commissioner discussion. Now, for this, I was originally going to say that we should break this up question by question and go through that more thoroughly. I feel like at this point, having listened to the number of question comments I've heard from everybody here, that folks kind of have their own pathway they want to go down. So just going to open it up. I'm going to start with Vice Mayor Kidder Thompson.
Thank you. Just really appreciated everybody's comments. And I could relate to those comments because many times I came and spoke in front of a city council and on these topics. As far as the apartments, I really do question whether we should have apartments down there. And I just think we have a lot of apartments in Petaluma, and I think we need more housing. I like the idea of multi-generation housing. I think that's really important, and that's kind of a reality in today's world. I like the idea of a dog park. So I think that's always important because my dog would love that. And as far as schools, when Dwayne was talking about schools, there is no mention of the schools. And I think that in the Petaluma schools, you can choose whatever school you want to go to. And so there's not really a designated one. Once Caulfield is completed, you'll have more access to schools. And that's just kind of the way the school system is going now. As far as design, I actually liked when Howard talked about, it's the 21st century, and I really don't want to go back. It's kind of like, when you're talking about downtown, you have a certain look down there, and then we have industrial areas, and this area was never, it was just kind of there. There wasn't a real design for this particular area. If you look at Oyster Cove, there was discussion about design. Do we really want to look like the design which is across the river? And that was more of an industrial area. So it became, I believe, a little bit more modern appearance. And I personally like more of a modern appearance. I don't want things to look like stucco, just straight stucco walls. I think we need to appreciate the river and make sure that that is a focal point. There's a lot of other things. And as far as the comment about the boat ramp, I don't think boats are going to be there. Actually, we're not going to be putting boats in there. There is a specific area for that. This is more for kayaking. And Oyster Cove, they just happen to have a building on site that they are keeping. And so it's kind of like two different animals I'm looking at this as. But I think a boat dock is important because it's not easy to schlep a kayak all the way, to another area, unless you get in your car and drive, and this gives you an opportunity not to do that. As far as the shopping, I like the idea of just even keeping the space there, and you could use it as a community center, and then it can eventually be changed to something else. But I think it's really important that it's there, and if it doesn't happen, the space is there for the future, and just make sure that that's designated. So, when people love the community center and all of a sudden it's going to be something else, that they recognize that there could be change there. I think I like more density, and the reason I like density is because it's close to the rail station. And so you're trying to get people to bike and walk more to the rail station, and density close to a rail station works, and we certainly want SMART to be successful. And as far as, you know, you have to choose. Of course, I would prefer to have more green by the river, green space. Hopper Street's an issue. And I really want to see what Hopper Street is going to turn into, because you can't just leave it the way it is. And it has to have a design and a plan, and maybe it's only, well, I guess it has to be cars because of the industrial, but it would be great if less cars just drove on Hopper. You know, you would have maybe certain ways in and out to make it less congested. This area there is congestion that's gonna happen. I mean, when you have development, that's what happens, and especially closer to a rail station. So I'm looking at all my notes. And, you know, the bridge over the river, I mean, that's not necessarily, I do think that should be part of the project. I mean, I think we need the bridge, and it's 40 acres. I was raised on a 40-acre ranch. That's a lot of land, and that's a lot of development that's gonna happen. And I think there's ways of finding bridges that are used bridges. I mean, this is a big span, I get that, compared to some of the other bridges that the city has used. So I think that's really important. And I'm assuming you're connecting with the River Park, and you're talking with them about the concept, and that they're in agreement with this, okay? So I really don't like the idea of the apartments. I just think we need to get away from the apartments, and I really appreciate the comments on the multi-generational. I mean, a lot of people do move here, and it's really expensive to live today, and that's the bottom line. And when you can create something that, you know, two families can live together, or parents can, you know, interact, we don't really want to be next to our kids all the time. We'd like our own space. And so I think that's important. The roadways, I don't know. I'd like to see a way so they're not congested with people using Caulfield and trying to take shortcuts. And that's something that the traffic engineer and the city are gonna have to work on, because there's gonna be traffic, and it really needs to be addressed, you know, for the neighborhood. So I'm gonna stop there, and I probably will have some more in a few minutes.
Commissioner Atkinson.
Thank you. And I just want to say I really appreciate this format for a study session, having these multiple variations to look at. Since I've been on the commission, which admittedly hasn't been that long, it's the first time I've seen it. I think it leads to a lot of productive discussion. Just going down the number, proposing the staff report, going down the numbered questions of the 4 concepts presented. I'm going to match everyone when I say 3, and I see what 4 does in providing a modification on 3 and reducing road surface. As a follow-up to that, you know, I made some comments about, can we fit greenway in between some of these parks? Can we sacrifice some of these connecting roads that make that grid and give some more green space in there? I think that would be a beautiful, and in my most radical idea, this EAV road, this emergency vehicle access, or EVA access road that connects all of those streets from Riverfront. Is there some way to make that a greenway and combined emergency vehicle access and shunt traffic through Batista and Hidalgo? But I know residents have brought up concerns there. But just playing with that interior design there, because there might be a way to kind of have that classic design of kind of a circular route outside of the main developed area, with then other activated focuses coming inside that area. So you have kind of a roundabout going around, and then you have internal roads that feed into kind of some local uses there between these blocks 1, 2, 3, and 5. Just playing with those ideas. And when it comes to the commercial, I see the concentric kind of darker pink rings there in the apartment area. I think it's most easy for us to visualize mixed use in the context of apartments, right? First floor, commercial with apartments above it. So I do see that. I think deciding whether all 8,000 square feet that are referenced are going to be right in that area, whether it can be distributed at all, or have, like one of our commenters said, have some kind of infrastructure built out, maybe in some of that interior area that's planned, to have an area where there could be some kind of micro retail. I think those are all ideas worth looking at. Proposed location of affordable housing. I think from the conceptions we've seen, I think this one is okay with me. I like that there's green space adjacent. I think the westernmost portion of that lot, the comment was made by the designer that this looks like a big block, but obviously there's kind of some play in what can be built there. I think along that southern and western edge, having some kind of, again, if it's not green space as dense as the lot to the east, something like that, that again kind of leads from that river buffer, softens a little bit with some kind of green space into that affordable community, I think would be great. And then the mix of building types, people have made a lot of great comments about the apartments. I like the idea with multi-generational. I think any of the building types for the residential for sale, I don't really have any particular qualms over. So that's kind of the heart of my comments there with those questions. And then I would add that I would like to see us explore funding schemes to improve bike and ped connectivity, especially as we talk about Hopper being not great for that right now, but we need to connect to our train station. So we need to figure out what funding schemes are possible to ask for a developer to contribute. In the same vein, the bridge going to Steamer Landing Park. If this is some collaborative effort between developer and city, I think that definitely needs to be explored because it'll greatly enhance the folks who live in this development, but also enhance connectivity for folks outside of this development. And the traffic, I talked about, how can we play with some of these roads to increase green space, limit road service. I think a part of this is not seeing, and obviously we're not at the area of traffic lights yet, but where those are going to be helps dictate a lot of kind of how this flow happens. But yeah, that's something to think about as well. So that's really, again, that's kind of a bigger amorphous, but just playing with between blocks 1, 2, 3, and 5, where we absolutely need roads or where we could center traffic and maximize green space in that area. And I think those are, and obviously I'm a huge supporter of anything you guys do with enhancing river corridor and riparian habitat, maximize that. But those are my comments.
Thank you. Commissioner?
Thank you. I want to reinforce that the process has been great to go back and do the diagrams, the structure of the community that we can talk about, and then come back and design the site plan is a process that I think works well. We don't get burdened with all the issues with site plan, and we can deal with the big structural framework of the community. So, good job. My preference is 3A or 3. The 3, yeah, okay. With the community park against the river and the road that defines the community park. I think everybody that lives there has access to the public park. They have visual access as well as physical access. It also blends well with the adjacent community where they have a riverfront park, so that it complements the whole specific plan area better than the others. It avoids having housing with fences and stuff defined the community park. And I think it's a much better security situation in terms of policing and overseeing what's going on in the park versus behind someone's backyard or behind a fence. So I like 3. I'd like to see the roads terminate, the north-south roads terminate at the existing development in a cul-de-sac, and then maybe put a paseo up to take that 100-foot right-of-way, use part of it for a paseo, use part of it for more housing. If you get 20 feet out of it, it's to your advantage. But I mean, then it becomes a positive green space that links up to the existing park and downtown to the river park. So to me, it's a much better interface between your community and the other one, as opposed to having it through traffic. And I think traffic will work better that way, but we'll see when the traffic engineers finally look at it. I also think the framework roads that are drawn here need to have street trees. They need to be defined with parkways and HOA maintained trees, so that there is some fabric of the community that is maintained in common, not front yard trees and not personal trees, but HOA maintained street trees. And I think, I won't tell you what the dimensions should be, but I think it ought to be adequate parkway for a decent sized tree. When those mature, that will improve the neighborhood and make it more valuable, more attractive, and much more long living. So I think that's an important committee. I also like the idea of the orientation. This gentleman mentioned orientation and exposure to light. I mean, sunlight in a house is what makes it work. And I think solar orientation for roofs, designing your houses so the one side or the other of the roof can accept solar panels in a decent way and not be ugly, but maybe a north-south or east-west exposure that works to promote that would be great. I think let's see. I think that's it. I think basically it's a great opportunity, and I think it's a good start, and so I support concept 3.
Commissioner
So,
Potter.
I also support concept 3, and two major reasons for that are that this applicant is asking for a general plan amendment and a specific plan amendment to change the designation of a site that was a river-dependent industrial use. And the river is an amenity that's important to the whole community. It's the ultimate in community property, and I think it's really important that this development orient to the river and that river-dependent amenities be provided. And so I'm very happy to see in this alternative the large open space, the trail along the riverfront, the habitat restoration, the boat ramp, and the bridge. I have another preference for this site plan that has to do with the straight gridded through streets. So I've heard a lot tonight about the street pattern, and I'm very concerned about safety, but I don't want to conflate the idea of safety with limiting access. I think the access, the public access for everyone to the riverfront is the highest priority for the project, and we have a higher obligation at this site than we would have at other sites that aren't river dependent. And having said that, I don't believe that a grid system that terminates and has cul-de-sacs in it is a new urbanism concept. I feel like if you think to the streets and the communities where we can move around with ease and we can have shorter trips with the fewest greenhouse gases, those are on a gridded street system. And so I think it's important that we, while being mindful of the traffic volumes and the calming, to make as many connections as we can. And I think it will also benefit us in times of emergencies to have multiple ways in and out of this site and connections to other places in the city. So that's sort of the foundation of my thinking on this alternative 3. I appreciate that this is being designed as a sustainable community with an activated waterfront, as we mentioned. And I also wanted to make a comment about the housing that's proposed, because I do think it's very important that we include a wide range of housing types that can hit the missing middle. And unfortunately, I don't think that everybody can afford to be a property owner. And it is, the site plan offers a variation in housing types, in rental and ownership, and affordability. And so I think that's a real plus for this project.
perhaps based on the comments we've heard today, we can take that a little further by designating some accessory dwelling units and maybe doing some universal designs so that it could be more easily used for more multi-generational housing. But I think that kind of detail will come out as you advance in the design. The only other thing I have on my list is I believe you are interested in some input on the architecture, and I feel like there's been really good comments that have been made here today. Petaluma is an old community. We have a long history and a very rich architecture. I do tend to agree that these buildings are new 21st century buildings. They should be modern, but perhaps as we've seen with some of the other developments that have come forward, the use of materials such as wood and metal can help to integrate it with our industrial past on the waterfront and help bring this site, which is an underutilized site, into a new higher use that's compatible with our history and with the neighboring neighborhoods. So I really appreciate everybody's attention today.
Well, I have quite a few comments. This is probably my third time looking at this. I think this might have popped up when I was, or actually the previous neighborhood popped up when I had just been appointed to planning. So I feel a lot of connection to this project, especially now seeing so many of you here today. I'll be honest, after the last study session we had, I was really not ready to have to see this again. I was quite frustrated, and I'm very impressed with how much thought was put into peeling back. I feel like there were a lot of missing components before, and it's nice that we're kind of starting at square one with this and really moving step by step for trying to at least move towards a project that at least enough people can be happy with to call home in Petaluma. Going through kind of the list of things that you've requested feedback on and then comments that I've heard from both the public and from other commissioners, I'm going to start with the mixed-use retail question. Having lived in what you would consider mom-and-pop apartments and having lived in what you consider the giant sardine apartments, I think somebody compared them to, filing cabinet, I can tell you that you absolutely need the corner store. And the reason you need the corner store is because grocery stores close before you get out of work. I lived at an apartment by Petaluma Market, which is not the most affordable place to begin with. And when you get home late and you need something and there is nothing in your fridge, or somebody else needs something and there's nothing in your fridge, you go with whatever you can do and you hope you don't have to get in a car. And for me, in both cases, that was 7-Eleven. I don't love 7-Eleven, but I'll tell you, they have eggs and they have milk, not just liquor. So it helps to have a corner store, even if it's a fairly limited one. So I think the mixed use element of this is incredibly important. Now, I agree with the Vice Mayor that it doesn't necessarily have to be all retail spots. It can be conversion spaces. It can be, start as a community center, start as childcare, start as amenities or service amenities that the community would need. I'm sure the neighboring neighborhood would probably very much like to help with the day-to-day. There's a lot of opportunities there outside of just coffee shops or storefronts. But I cannot stress enough how important the corner market can be, no matter how limited the options are, especially when so many stores close. And Lucky's, which is the grocery store I end up most of the time, closes at 10. I know that's nearby. Again, if you're running late and you have a long day, it might be closed well before you get the time. So I wanted to stress the importance of mixed use. I do hear the comments that 15-minute neighborhood may be ahead of its time. I don't think we'll get there unless we force it. I don't think anybody willingly pivots from the mode they're in. And with this area, considering how, considering how poor the mixed use is in the neighboring adjacent neighborhood, having to go to the hotel for events and time together and date night, etc. It almost puts an added emphasis on this development having more options. So I do want to stress that we need to protect the retail space for a project like this, even if not all of the spaces are going to get converted into storefronts right away. Moving away from the mixed use question and looking at the affordable housing location. I understand the braiding issue for funds. It is right by a smart station. It's a huge bonus for the kind of funds you can get from the state. I've worked on several bills related to that, and it's frustrating because the more we make this policy, the more we force this kind of outcome. I still don't love that we went from former waste facility to right next to a concrete. To comments made, I believe also by the Vice Mayor, when this moves forward and when we get to SPAR and when we're looking at the EIR, we're really going to have to see what those mitigations are. What are the health risks? What are the noise complaints? One of the earliest developments that I saw was the site right next to, it's behind the Whole Foods. I'm sorry, I feel terrible for not remembering this right away. It's right by the fueling center there, that neighborhood that was formerly a park. We got all kinds of assurances that the soundproofing was going to be great, to the fence that borderline that facility. I have heard nothing but complaints from the people who now live there. And that was also where all the low-income units went. I don't want to see something like that happen here. And at the same time, it's not on the commercial facility right next door because we're going to be the ones adding units there. So I want to stress that if you're going to move forward, it has to have real mitigations for the folks that are living there. On the question of apartments, I've just left an apartment complex that I was in for 2.5 years, just 2 people, full-time incomes. We just couldn't afford it anymore. I now live in what you would consider a multi-generational situation that's helping everyone involved. On one hand, most of these units will be way too expensive. And for a lot of people in Petaluma, they'll be still far too expensive. I have a lot of friends and a lot of former neighbors who are still looking for units in Petaluma. And it's not because there aren't units, it's because there aren't units they can afford. That being said, we have an equity issue in being able to provide unit types and variety. I do think we need some density apartments there. On a site like this, you have to have mixed use opportunities and varieties of housing type. Having apartments is reasonable, but I think there's an extra emphasis on the variety. And I think to Veronica's points, we really need to see when it comes to housing options, and this includes the apartments, creativity in the unit variety. Artist lofts, more single bedroom opportunities, more spaces that you can more easily convert for cheaper units. I know you're trying to keep all of your affordability to one site, but scaling the units does help with that. And with housing, on the other front, regardless of which layout you go for, we absolutely cannot afford to have cul-de-sacs. Those are death traps, especially with a wildfire concern. We do need more connectivity. That being said, if you're looking at mixed type, you can look at cottage layout, where you have your garage on the outside, you have the front doors facing inward. You can look at duplex row housing format. I know a lot of people don't love that in theory. For a variety of reasons, I've had to be in a lot of different cities in the last few years. I have seen gorgeous row housing that's perfectly affordable with reasonable traffic accommodation and planning. That is a possible thing to do if you build a system where you're having traffic flow routed for specific directions. If you're going to do a cottage system, you can have people have their green space right in the middle. You can have that shared community that folks have been talking about. You can have density, but you can also have less cars because you have single car garages. I think the question here is not density. I do hear everybody's point that we can't have more density, we can't have more cars. The traffic's going to be the traffic, putting more housing here to begin with. The question is, how do you reduce the number of cars that are coming into that project while addressing the density need? And that's where I think the unit variety is going to be so important. So there's a long-winded way of saying, I do like layout 3, much like everyone else here. The one thing I would say, though, is seeing a bunch of single-family detached homes is going to be a huge problem. We need more density. We need more housing variety options. Cotati is another great example. They have a wonderful co-op site. The housing units are substantial in terms of size. Handful of enough parking spots for like essentially a car for a family, and that's it. But they have shared greenery, shared gardens, the whole thing. There's layouts that you can look at for these large blocks that you've set up for purchasing. Moving past the layout, there's been the question of trying to make sure that Hopper Avenue stays or becomes a good way for folks to get to and from the train. One thing I'm going to want to see from the city, if this moves forward and comes back, and it might be the city and the applicant, is there a plan to work with COTS? I don't want this to turn into we put more housing, so now the police is harassing a population that's already struggling. And at the same time, neighbors are absolutely valid in their concerns about trying to navigate that situation. That's why I want to know if we're going, whatever option we're going to implement, that there is some kind of plan in place for how we handle that transition so that community members that are getting care through COTS don't feel accosted. At the same time, folks that are moving to these new units also feel perfectly safe. I think there's a way to meet both ends of that equation without it turning into folks calling the police. And I'm assuming that will also involve a fair bit of the SAFE team as well. One thing that I think made this selection process so difficult, I almost wish there had been a transit bike roadway plan before we even got to this part. And part of it is because you can move the units around quite a bit, but I've been through too many of these where it's like, well, we put the property length here, so we can't have protected bike lanes. Well, we put the density here, so we really don't have space for that bus stop. I am going to ask, when you're moving forward, if it's the third layout or something adjacent to it, really put emphasis on what the traffic flow plan is going to be. We're going to want to see that spelled out. Please put emphasis on what the bike parking situation is going to look like, what the bike paths will look like. Sharrows are not great. I'm just going to say that now. The P-back in me just wants to tell you we're really tired of seeing sharrows. So if we're going to talk about interconnectivity, it's important to see real bike protection. And we are going to want to see, because this is now the third time we bring up transit, we don't really know. If we're going to move forward with the project, we really need to see what the routing system is going to look like. Where are those bus stops? How many people can it take? What's the potential? Because we're just kind of banking on there'll be bus stops and there'll be transit, and eventually Hopper will be a great place to walk, and then we'll have less people moving. Well, to other people's prior comments, the other elements of transit have to work if this isn't going to be a mess. So we need to see proof or planning that it's going to work, or at least some data to that effect. And hopefully that'll get spelled out more in the EIR. One thing I would say, but I know it's going to be in the EIR, but we really will have to see what evacuation planning looks like. We're going to want to see that spelled out. I also would want to see how whatever site we choose, I'd want to see how that also impacts the neighboring neighborhood's ability to evacuate as well. Make sure that we're protecting both future residents and previous residents. Sorry, I had a long list of comments. I'm just trying to make sure I don't end up. The issue with parking. I do want to say, having lived, I used to live at Theater Square Apartments. Parking garage right next door. Half filled 90% of the time. Less than half filled 90% of the time. The apartments, however, full 100% of the time. This is my way of saying that apartments feel like more parking than they are. You do get people who visit, and you get a lot of momentary parking, you get a lot of peaks. But I don't think you have to worry as much about parking with apartments, especially if we limit essentially per unit as opposed to per bedroom. And that is an ongoing issue with Petaluma, because we do have to readdress our parking restrictions. But if we are going to do high-density apartments, that would be something we'd want to see, not having what it is right now, which is per bedroom, which ends up being like 2.5 spaces per apartment, which is kind of ridiculous. And I think I'm coming to the end. The planning manager is giving me that face, where I've been talking too much. Oh, and the last bit for you, the bridge. And I'm sorry, because you and I have talked about the bridge at so many of these meetings. Please at least show us you have a funding plan. I know there's 3 parties involved, but if we're going to move forward, and it sounds like this is going to take a while to move forward, show us there's a tentative plan. Just like with Caulfield, we have a tentative plan. Show us there's a tentative plan so it doesn't end up being the boathouse. I'm not trying to say that as an applicant that's what you intend to do, but we need to see that there's essentially stakes to make it happen. And beyond that, I'm just trying to see if I missed. That'll be the end of my comments. Thank you. And go ahead.
A couple thoughts. I would consider putting the boat dock and the bridge together in terms of the base of the bridge. I think it would make a much better combination. Plus, you have to build structure for both, so it might be better. As far as market, I think it'd be helpful for the commission to get sort of a market demand study of, what do you see as the need? What do you, I mean, it wants to be successful, so we want you to sell or rent whatever you're building. So a little bit of understanding of what are you, what's the demand in Petaluma, what's missing, what's needed, and how are you fulfilling that, or how are you responding to that? Because none of us are marketing whizzes, and none of us know much about what sells, but I think it would be helpful to educate us. That's all. Thanks.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to go back on the design. So I believe number 4, cars go by where the park is. No, number 3 is where the cars go by the park, correct? It just seems, I don't know if that's a good concept. I mean, I kind of like 4 just because they have greenway spaces, going down to the park area. And you're not going to have cars right next to the park. And I just like that idea. And then the other thing is, what is the height of the apartments?
Nothing's been designed yet, but previously with the very first concept, going back to the first meeting, I believe they're looking at 3- and 4-story buildings.
Okay, and what is the limit on this?
So if it's in the T5, it's, I believe it's 4 to 5 stories. I think it's a minimum of 3 and a maximum of 5, maybe even 6, but I don't know for
I'm
a fact.
thinking 5 also.
I
but
believe
I'm not-
it's max 5.
Yes.
It's 5. Okay. And I do think that this project, you do need a mixed use. Even though I'm not, thrilled about having apartments, you definitely need a mixed use, but market rate apartments, it's just so high. And I realize, I just like more of a mix instead of just market rate. And the affordable housing is completely different. But I really do think you need to have mixed rate with the apartments, not just high. And that's my comments. Oh, and also the evacuation plan is very important because we went through this when your project was being built, and the evacuation plan was quite, in my opinion, inadequate then. And I think it's really important, but the value of Caulfield is going to really help. But it's just really important that we understand the details of it.
Commissioner Potter.
I just wanted to respond to the comments about the road along the park. And for me, I think that the road really makes that space more public. And in alternative 4, I feel like it's turning the back of the development to the river. And so I prefer alternative 3, and I really feel strongly that we should not be privatizing the riverfront because it's for everybody's enjoyment.
I might have, I'm not sure if, I'm listening to what you're saying, you know, as far as privatizing. And that was why I kind of liked the other one originally. But I just feel as though, I mean, I don't think people are going to be getting in their cars and driving down there. I'm hoping they're not going to be doing this. I'm hoping that it's going to be walkable from downtown and from other areas, that it's, I'm looking at this as a walkable area. And that's why I like the other concept better and not having the cars next to the park. But like I say, 3 and 4, we'll see. Yeah.
One thing, if I could just weigh in on that front, and we might want to just do a straw poll just to see how the commissioners feel. But having walked, even living at Theater Square, and then trying to walk to Petaluma River Park, it is a bit of time. And I'm just thinking, I can see people walking, like maybe if this promenade idea takes off and there's a, you know, Friday night or something like that. But I can see it effectively becoming a privatized situation if, for a lot of folks, maybe they don't have the time for the walk all the way through that. Like, I want it to be that. I want it to be, oh, you just access it through the River Parkway, it completes the trail, this is great. But I'm thinking for those shorter journeys where somebody might want, like, especially if this is going to end up being the nicest kind of layout of the river, which, if we're being honest, a lot of the riverway is a little, like, seems like something was maybe buried out there. If this is the nicest look, I could see more people flocking to it. And in that way, I also agree with Commissioner Potter that option 3, though not perfect, does make it easier to navigate that way. It will, though, create the situation of, well, now you do have a real parking situation of people coming through. So, yeah.
Just my sense is that option 4, all of the housing blocks that are the other side of the riverfront housing are blocked from visual access to the river. With option 3, everybody has visual access to the river. To me, that's a much better marketing position for the project and much more attractive for anybody who lives there. They all get the same access to the river versus a select few that get to live next to the river.
I appreciate your comments. And I really appreciate this because I really wasn't sure. And so I just don't want to create more cars driving in there. Yeah. And that is more of my thought. But I do agree that it gives everybody an opportunity to enjoy, you know, the view to the river. And maybe even the way the, you know, the sun is.
Yeah,
it could,
and you could provide, you know, pocket parallel parking for river access only, and the rest of it's travel lane. So you can control how much parking is against the river and where it is. So, I mean, that's.
I take your points. Thank you very much. But I do want to make one more comment. I really like the Pengrove store. They have music there. They have a great overhang, you know, an area for you know, patio so people can go out there and eat. And, you know, it's just a good concept. And it would be more community. So you may want to go to Pengrove and check out the store. And they, you know, they have basic, you know, vegetables that people need. And then, of course, they have higher end. It's kind of like, what's the Howard store on Western Avenue and the Boulevard, the vegetable stand, and then you could walk inside. Jupiter. Yeah. I mean, something I couldn't think of it. I was trying to find it. I mean, something like that, you know, incorporated in that area, you know, talking to Howard, maybe he wants to expand and have a second Jupiter Foods. So those are just some suggestions.
I have a question regarding the location of that commercial bullseye. I mean, I don't disagree with having the potential of commercial, but the question is, it seems like you've got a whole set of customers next door, and this is the furthest away from your existing residents. Wouldn't it be better to move it, slide it south so it's closer to riverfront population, that the two projects together can support it versus way over here in the...
Chair Hopper, if I may chime in on that point. So as part of the Riverfront project, there are two parcels, one on either side of the Central Green. That's that area that is just kitty corner to the Courtyard Marriott Hotel. In about a month, you'll see an application. We had 2 study sessions on development of those 2 parcels. In about a month, we're going to have an application before the Planning Commission to develop one of those 2 lots, the one closer to the ball fields. And that project includes ground floor commercial space.
Wouldn't it be better to make that twice as possible to be successful than have another? It just seems like it's 15 minutes. You're within 15 minutes, so.
Yeah, so that was part of the question that we had at the staff level is, do we even need separate commercial space in this project since you have it there at around the Central Green, or will have it around the Central Green right next door. So that was part of the consideration that we had from the very beginning.
I will just say having it at the Central Green, does not negate needing, in my opinion at least, does not negate needing the commercial here. And part of that, especially if you do end up having higher density units. I mean, don't get me wrong, people can obviously walk there, but in a odd way, it's almost like you're making up for a commercial deficit. So having that there does not negate still needing childcare services opportunities, and especially if it's a convertible, if some of them are convertible spaces, I think it's better to have that option than not. That's just me.
One quick comment. I'm on the Sonoma County Transportation Authority, and they are looking at Lakeville to make it safer.
Oh, good.
And so, that's really important for people to live in the area so they can actually go to Lucky's, ride a bike, or either walk or whatever. And so that is in the future. And so there's been money that's already put aside for studying that area, which is extremely dangerous. So there's some good things.
Go ahead.
Just as a final comment, again, I do support 3. I appreciate that discussion about that outer road. I think that's the preferred design, kind of has the best flow in my opinion. And as one of the public said, gives a buffer to folks in blocks 1 and 2 from what is going to be a shared green space. It gives them a little buffer zone in there. I do want to say that this does look like a lot of road coverage. So I appreciate the commentary about grids, but I want to see if there's anything we can do for maybe it's between blocks 2 and 5, something in there where we're adding a green corridor to separate these blocks, I think would be great. And then there's an opportunity adjacent to that to activate another small pocket of mixed use. Maybe again, if it's between that 5 and 2 spot or somewhere there where we can activate a new use, add some green space. I think that'd be a nice change to see. But yeah, thanks.
Well, with this, I think we've discussed this item fully, hopefully to the public, to staff, and to the applicant's satisfaction. If there are no other comments, I don't think we need a straw poll because I think we've more or less stated which layout, close-ish, although I kind of think it's now kind of merging between the two. But I guess now we can close this item. Yep. I didn't think we'd see the day. And I do want to thank, because I'm sure most of you are probably about to head right out of here as quickly as possible. Thank you very much for your patience. I'm sure some of you have kids or other obligations that you've had to put aside to be here, so thank you. And this won't help you, but I promise for the next meeting where we have something like this, we'll make sure public comment is shifted a bit so folks aren't having to wait so long. With that, we will now move on to commission comment, and we will move immediately to Vice Mayor Cater Thompson for the council report.
Well, I already reported on Lakeville, and then I was at the water board meeting for GSA with Sandy Potter the other day, and Petaluma's getting, is it 6.5?
Yeah, that was the Groundwater Sustainability Agency meeting.
So we're getting $6.5 million for basically purple pipe. So that's really exciting. Sonoma did not get it, and we did. And Santa Rosa got some, but they got less than we did. So that's exciting. And what else is going on? I don't know, at 10 o'clock at night, I can't quite think.
Yeah.
But I think that's it, and if I think of something else, I'll tell you.
Fair enough. My report from PBAC is that we had a wonderful presentation from SSTAT, which many of you also heard. I will say, sadly, many of our more experienced members have either termed out or didn't reapply, and it was sad to see many of them go. And PBAC has had a really amazing chair, Kelly, who has not left the committee but had to step down just because of work responsibility. So they're going to be having to elect a new chair, but I do think that's a shame because she was great in that role. And that's all I'll report on because it's also 10 o'clock at night. Commissioner McErlin.
Tree Committee?
Mm-hmm.
We've, within the Tree Committee, there's a Tree Ad Hoc Committee, which is composed of Darren, myself, and Turin. And we've had several discussions that are with Brino, trying to understand how we can include him more in to community planning level or understand what he's actually trying to accomplish. And then we also met with the civil engineers for understanding how we can help them more in their street design and street trees. And D Street was a specific subject that we're trying to help deal with their traffic calming issues and but also get some trees planted as part of that. So we're trying to get a tree bias into the engineering world, which is not easy, and we're working on it. So anyway.
And Commissioner Potter, I was wondering if you wanted to make a comment. I know tragically this is your last meeting with us.
Well, I do want to thank all of you and staff and the public for all your support and the collaboration, and especially for those of you who also attend these other committees and meetings, because it's a lot of work. I appreciate the collaboration, and most of my service has been through Zoom during the pandemic, as many of you, and I feel like we did a great job adapting to the crazy times. We kept planning, moving forward in Petaluma, and I'm especially proud of the work we did to adopt the housing element and the progress that we've made on updating the general plan. So it's been great working with all of you. I'm sorry that Heidi isn't here today. I know that chairing the meetings and juggling all that has been great, and it's been wonderful working with the council members. So I also wanted to say, as you all know, we have late nights and we don't do our volunteer service without the support of our whole family. And I wanted to acknowledge my husband, Phil Martin. He was here at the meeting earlier, but I think it was past his bedtime. But he's been incredibly supportive of all my service. So thanks.
Thank you. And I just wanted to say, when I started on this commission, you were the most patient, kindest person to so many motions that were out of order. And when you were chair, you were a saint at keeping everybody going on those Zooms when we felt like we were staring into the void. Thank you for everything you've done here.
Thank you.
You're going to be missed.
And with that, we're going to go into staff comment. Take it away, Andrew.
Great. Thank you, Chair Hooper, and I will be brief. So we are going to miss you so much, Commissioner Potter. It's really been a pleasure to serve you and to collaborate with you. And then I think it's it's really an honor for us that you've capped your career of public service by volunteering your time with the Planning Commission and sharing your expertise with us. So thank you for that, and congratulations on your incredible career of public service. And I know you're looking forward to the time that you'll have, right, in the future to enjoy some travel and such. So
Thank you. I'm going to miss you too.
thanks. Also, in the spirit of achievements, I want to acknowledge You know, we started the process with the Scannell project several months ago at the last study session and asking them to take a different approach to it. And I really enjoyed this evening hearing that that approach worked and that you found value in that. So I want to acknowledge the Commission's role in achieving that success. I think that's very important. And I think it really lends, if we think about the 4 stages of group development, you know, when you see events like this, you've achieved that level of performing, right, as a group. And so that's a great achievement. Thank you for that. I do want to announce that Kevin Kelly, who was one of the public commenters this evening, has been appointed as Commissioner to the Planning Commission. And so he will be taking Commissioner Potter's role on the commission, then effective with our first meeting, which will be July 10th. Let me verify. I'm sorry, July 11th. I thought I was off on that by a day. So that we are going to have that meeting. It will be an important meeting for business purposes. Chair Bauer will be back on the commission, and so we will vote for new officers on the commission. We'll welcome Commissioner Kelly to the commission. And I will take that opportunity to do a bit of workshopping using the Institute for Local Governors Planning Commissioners Handbook to look especially at some issues that have come up of late, sort of the difference between ministerial and discretionary process and why sometimes we're not achieving what we may want to through the ministerial process, and how through policy and regulations, the work that we're doing across the general plan update, the objective development and design standards, and on a variety of other areas will help us achieve those goals of ensuring that we're getting the development that we want, regardless of the review process that a project goes through. I think also it will be a great opportunity to talk about and review again just how we take ideas and transform them into policy and then into the regulations and the laws of the local jurisdiction. So we're seeing that as we look at the SDAT report. It's coming forward from a group of community members who are very vested in the success of their community. They're working it through the various committees, boards, and the commission, then on to City Council, where we can begin that process of accepting that report and looking at how we might develop policy out of the ideas that are in that report. So I think that would be a great session, and we'll communicate about it to you in advance so you have some opportunities to bring some questions to the workshop session. Let's see, I wanted to update you as well on the downtown overlay. So we had a joint study session a couple of weeks ago, and that is with the help of Dave Alden and the Know Before You Grow group. We are scheduling a community meeting to be held on July 12th. So I believe that that invitation is available on their website, and I'm sure you'll be hearing more about that as it comes up. And then I know that the teams, the hotel design team and the overlay planning team, are actively reviewing comments and already working on revisions in response to comments. So they were very energized by the study session, and I think I think you'll see some notable differences coming forward as a result of the study session. And then finally, also just to give you an update that Oyster Cove, for which you recommended approval to the council in May, we originally had scheduled to come before council on July 10th. That has been delayed a bit to do a bit of additional work, but we still do expect it to come before council by the end of the summer. So with that, I think if you have any questions for me, I'd love to answer your questions. And if not, thank you for your service this evening.
Yeah. Yeah, with that, meeting adjourned.